All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, so again, from the Zohar, we read this chapter 20. But with you, I will establish my covenant. The synopsis of this says the vital importance of the covenant between man and Elohim can remain in our consciousness through the spiritual forces released by the letters of this section. Selah. Indeed, this covenant is founded primarily upon the greatest power that humanity was given for revealing spiritual light into this world and into our own lives. That is, they say sexual relations between husband and wife. The Kabbalists teach us that because this action has the most potential and influence for revealing light, it is given the most attention by the evil inclination and the negative forces that dwell in our midst. Very interesting. So he goes on to say, let me see what this is talking about. But with you, I will establish my covenant from Bereshit 6:18. Rabbi Eliezer said that from this we learn that the establishment of the covenant above is equivalent to the establishment of that below. So correspondence is a very important principle in our spiritual reality. We know that in terms of how even the master taught us to pray, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? As above, so below. This is concluded from the term with you. Rabbi Elazar continued to say that from this we learn that when there are righteous in the worlds above and below are firmly established. There has to be a correspondence. This is where Yah above has to be connected with Yah below, and we are the Yah below, connecting to the Yah above. That's what establishes the covenant. Rabbi Shimon said that this is a hidden matter because the arousal of the male to the female happens when he feels jealousy toward her. Come and behold, when there is a righteous person in the world, the Shekhinah immediately attaches herself to him and never leaves him. And she therefore desires him. The Shekhinah desires the righteous one. The upper desire is then aroused toward her with love that is similar to the desire of a man for a woman when he feels jealousy toward her. That is why it is written, but with you I will establish my covenant. This means that my desire is aroused because of you. The verse, my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak or Isaac, has a similar meaning. That is because of Isaac as by Noah. So it is through that seed that Isaac also has that covenant established. And it is in that same spirit. 155. But with you I will establish my covenant means that you shall be my covenant in the world. You shall be my covenant in the world. And after that, you shall come into the ark. Because had he not been righteous, he would have not entered the ark, as only a righteous man may be connected with the ark. That is why it is written, you shall come into the ark. After it has been stated that with you, I will establish my covenant. So there are connections here, right? The ark is established or entered into by the righteous. Only the righteous can enter into that, and only the one who is righteous can receive the covenant as well. So the righteous receive the Shekinah of Yah. They are able to be established in the covenant, and then lastly, they are able to enter into the ark. Okay, of course, we know that is symbolic of the promises of Yah and the deliverance of Yah. And lastly, Rabbi Elazar said that as long as people hold on to the covenant, no nation or tongue in the world can harm them. As long as people hold on to the covenant, no nation nor tongue in the world can harm them. This is where you hear that phrase, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. But how does that take place? You have to be in the covenant. And because Noah kept and protected the covenant, the Holy One, blessed be he, protected him. This is a mystery that we have to understand. But the rest of his generation did not observe the covenant, so the Holy One, blessed be he, removed them from the world. And it has been said that in the same way that they sinned, they were also erased from the world. This is why it is so important for us to understand the terms of the covenant. This is why it's so important for us to understand the faithfulness that we are to have with Torah. This is why it's so important for us to understand why we have to keep the commandments of Yah. And so with these principles and with these commandments and with this covenant, that assures us Yah's firewall of protection. That assures us that we're able to be preserved from the judgment that is to come. And this is what we see throughout Scripture. This is what we see time and time again. And that our faithfulness is what preserves us from the judgment of the Most High. Any thoughts, Imam Sharon, that you may have in this regard? Who we got also that came up in Chip? Who done came up in Chip? Sister Tusila, Shabbat Shalom. How you doing?
Shabbat Shalom. I'm doing well.
Hey, good.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I was looking for first. So we're just reading from the Zohar about the establishment of the covenant with Noah, but also how it is symbolic to the establishment of the covenant with Isaac, but also even with us. And this is what we really have to like apply this to, because it all comes down to our not only application, but our acknowledgement and our acceptance and application of the covenant. This is so important for us to understand how to really receive the blessings and the promises and the protection that Yah has for his people.
Hallelujah. My question is not so much in the article, but of Noah's basically his age of going into the ark at 500 years old.
Wow.
And that and he did not have any children before then. I assume they would have been lost, maybe, if he had children before the ark. So was that Yah's plan for him to be that old and to not to have any children before 500 years old?
I'm of the mind that when he went on the ark, he had his 3 sons and their wives with him, as well as his wife.
I mean, that's what it say. But I'm just saying, if he had had other children, would they not have been lost?
If they weren't in the covenant, yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm of the mind that Noah was righteous enough to instruct his family in how to observe Torah and how to enter into the covenant. And by doing so, his instructions and his fruitfulness in multiplying, that seed with his family preserved them. And it talks about, interestingly, in Ezekiel, it says if Noah, they mentioned a couple other people, Abraham and somewhere else were alive today, it says they would only deliver themselves by their righteousness, that their descendants, their seed wouldn't have made it. So it's interesting you asked that question, because Ezekiel talks about that, prophetically in our time, what judgment is coming down. Because you got to keep in mind, we're here now at the fullness of this revelation. Everything now is unfolding. We're at the point of time when we have the fortune to really grasp this in its totality. You know, and it was rare for those in the days of Noah to really grasp that because it was a fresh vision. But the beauty of that fresh vision was that the purer you were, the more of that vision you could access. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So like with Adam, you know, with Seth, you got those 10 generations that lead to Noah. The more pure that the individuals were, because Yah's presence was more pronounced amongst people at that time, right? But up until Noah, this is when that presence started to retreat from the people because of the corruption and the bloodshed and the fornication and the idolatry, right? And the adultery and the bestiality, and all of the other matters that, you know, humanity was practicing that caused for them to break the covenant and to bring the curse and to bring this judgment that pretty much took them out. So they died violently because of the earth was filled with violence. You look at how they died violently. You got to keep in mind that, you know, when it said the fountains of the deep were broken, it's like not only were the waters coming from heaven and raining on them, you had geysers coming up from the earth. Now you got to know the geyser. What's the thing about a geyser?
Oh no, it's high. It goes up high, and some of them hot, right?
Very much so. So those waters were scalding hot. So these people were in the midst of scalding hot water, geysers, right? So they were being scalded and drowned.
My goodness.
Yes, we will. You can go. You can go. Yes. And so, yeah, that's a part of that. And so God's protection was only offered to those who were in covenant with him. And in this particular story here, we see that there are only 8 souls. Noah and his family in covenant. So yeah, that's powerful. This covenant is crucial. And notice that he uses this article, this treatise or this tractate talks about the intimacy of husband and wife. This is the connection that we are to have with Yah, though. This is how intimate we too are supposed to be with Yah. In our prayer life, in our study life, in our meditation, and in our faithfulness. Right? We're to be devoted. We're to be intimate, right? We're supposed to be communicative, supposed to be transparent, naked and unashamed. All that relates to how we are to interact with Yah. Selah. What I didn't pull up, let me pull that up. All right. Any other comments, questions, thoughts, reflections? Go. So today, just real quick, we're going to be reading from Genesis 6:9 through 11:32. We're going to read some chapters from Enoch. We're not dealing with the prophet Isaiah this time of the cycle. We're not dealing with the regular half Torah. We're reading from Ema to Scylla, if you're still in here. We're reading from, oh, she's not, the Ethiopian book of Enoch. And then we'll also go from Luke chapter 17, verses 20 through 27. But first, of course, a word of prayer. And we will go from there. So let me go ahead and pull this up quick. 168. So in the spirit of prayer, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Baruch Yah HaMbarach, Baruch Yah HaMbarach Le'olam Vayed, Baruch Atah Yah Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, Asher B'char Beinu Makol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato, Baruch Atah Yah Noten HaTorah. Amen. So blessed is Yah, the blessed one. Blessed is Yah, who is blessed forever and all time. Blessed are you, Yah, El, King of the universe, who has chosen us from among all peoples and given us your Torah. Blessed are you, Yah, giver of the Torah. Amen. And so Genesis 6:9 through 11, I believe again is verse 5, 11:32, all of 11. I'll go ahead and pick us up with chapter 6, which reads as follows. This is the genealogy of Noach. Noach was a righteous man, perfect in his generations. Huge. Noach walked with Elohim. Noah brought forth 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And Elohim said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And see, I'm going to destroy them from the earth. Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark and cover it inside and outside with tar. This is how you are to make it. The length of the ark is 300 cubits, and its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a window for the ark and complete it to a cubit from above. And set the door of the ark in its side. Make it with lower, second, and third decks. And see, I myself am bringing flood waters on the earth to destroy all flesh in which the breath of life from under the heavens, all that is on the earth, is to die. And I shall establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. And of all the living creatures of all flesh, 2 of each you are to bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you, a male and a female. Of the birds after their kind, and of the cattle after their kind, and of all creatures of the earth after their kind, 2 of each are to come to you to keep them alive. As for you, take of all food that is eaten and gather it to yourself, and it shall be for food for you and for them. And Noah did according to all that Elohim commanded him. So he did. Chapter 7. It says, and Yah said to Noah, come into the ark, you and all your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Of all the clean beasts, take with you 7 pairs, a male and his female, and of the beasts that are unclean, 2, a male and his female. And of birds of the heavens, 7 pairs, male and female, to keep offspring alive on the face of all the earth. For after 7 more days, I am sending rain on the earth, 40 days and 40 nights, and shall wipe them from the face of the earth, all that stand that I created. And Noah did according to all that Yah had commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters were on the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives went into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of the clean beasts and of the beasts that are unclean and of birds and of all that creep on the earth, 2 by 2, they went into the ark to Noah, male and female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to be after 7 days that the waters of the flood were on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of the heavens opened. And the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the same day, Noah, Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, went into the ark. They and every living creature after its kind, and every beast after its kind, and every creeping creature that creeps on the earth after its kind, and every bird after its kind, every bird of every sort. And they went into the ark to Noah, 2 by 2 of all flesh, which is in which is the breath of life. And those going in, male and female of all flesh, went in as Elohim had commanded him, and Yah shut him in. And the flood was on the earth 40 days, and the waters increased and lifted up the ark, and rose it high above the earth. And the waters were mighty and greatly increased on the earth, and the ark moved about on the surface of the waters, and the waters were exceedingly mighty on the earth, and all the high mountains under all the heavens were covered. The waters became mighty, 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved on the earth, and birds and cattle and beasts, and every creeping creature that creeps on the earth, and all mankind. all in whose nostrils was the breath of the spirit of life of all that was on that dry land died. So he wiped off all that stand which were on the face of the ground, both man and beast, creeping creatures and birds of the heavens. And they were wiped off from the earth, and only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters were mighty on the earth 150 days. Say loud. Chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the water subsided. And the fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were stopped, and the rain from the heavens was withheld. And the waters receded steadily from the earth, and at the end of the 150 days, the waters diminished. And in the 7th month, the 17th day of the month, the ark rested on the mountains of Ararat, and the waters decreased steadily until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains, became visible. And it came to be at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made and sent out a raven which kept going out and turning back until the waters had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove from him to see if the waters had receded from the face of the ground. But the dove found no resting place for his feet and returned into the ark to him. For the waters were on the face of all the earth. So he put out his hand and took it and pulled it into the ark to himself. And he waited yet another 7 days, and again he sent the dove out from the ark. And the dove came to him in the evening, and see, a freshly plucked olive leaf was in its mouth. And Noah knew that the waters had receded from the earth. And he waited yet another 7 days and sent out the dove, which did not return to him again. And it came to be in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, that the waters were dried up from the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked and saw the surface of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, and on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. And Elohim spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons' wives with you. Bring out with you every living creature of all flesh that is with you, of birds, of cattle, and all creeping creatures that creep on the earth, and let them teem on the earth and bear and increase on the earth. So Noah went out, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping creature, and every bird, whatever creeps on the earth according to their kind, went out of the ark. And Noah built an altar to Yah, and took every clean beast and of every clean bird and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yah smelled a soothing fragrance, and Yah said in his heart, Never again shall I curse the ground because of man, although the inclination of man's heart is evil from his youth, and never again smite all living creatures, as I have done, as long as the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and the winter and summer, day and night shall not cease. Says, chapter 9 reads as follows. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, Bear fruit and increase and fill the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you is on every beast of the earth and on every bird of the heavens, on all that creeps on the ground, and on all the fish of the sea. To your hand they have been given. Every moving creature that lives is food for you. I've given you all that I've gave the green plants. But do not eat flesh with its life, its blood. Only your blood for your lives I require. From the hand of every beast I require it. And from the hand of man, from the hand of every man's brother, I require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood is shed. For in the image of Elohim, he is made man. As for you, bear fruit and increase. Bring forth teemingly in the earth and increase it. And Elohim spoke to Noah and to his sons, saying, and see. Wow, hold on. One sec. That wasn't good. And see, I established my covenant with you and your seed. That's not good. Let me take that out. So remove that. Catch it. Oh, give me 1 second, Mr. Copper. All right. Verse 8, and Elohim spoke to Noah and to his sons with them, saying, and I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you, with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, of all that go out of the ark, every beast of the earth. And I shall establish my covenant with you, and never again is all flesh cut off by the waters of the flood, and never again is there a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, this is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you for all generations to come. I shall set my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. And it shall be, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud. And I shall remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and never again let the waters become a flood to destroy the earth, all flesh. And the rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I shall see it, to remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. And Elohim said to Noah, this is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all the flesh that is on the earth. And the sons of Noach who went out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and all the earth was overspread from them. And Noah, a man of the soil, began and planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunk and became uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. So Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. But their faces were turned away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and he knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, cursed is Canaan, let him become a servant of servants to his brothers. And he said, blessed be Yah, the Elohim of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. Let Elohim enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan become his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. So all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Chapter 10. And this is the genealogy of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yawan, and Tubal, and Mashiyach, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphtah, and Togarmah. And the sons of Yawan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodani. From these, the Gentiles were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their clans, and to their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabticha. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush brought forth Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before Yah. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yah. In the beginning of his reign was Babel, and Erech, and Assad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. From that land he went to Ashur, and built Nineveh, and Rehoboth, Ir, and Keilah. And Resen between Nineveh and Keilah, the great city. And Mitzrayim brought forth Ludim, and Ananim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Kasluhim, from whom came the Philistines in Kaphtorim. And Canaan brought forth Sidon, his firstborn, and Het, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hewite, and the Arkite, and the Sinite, and the Arwadite, and the Semarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward, the clans of Canaanites were spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as you go toward Gerar, as far as Azah, as you go toward Sidon, and Amorah, and Admah, Seboim, and Lasha. These were the sons of Ham according to their clans, according to their language, in their lands, in their nations. And also to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Yiphat the elder. Children were born. The sons of Shem, Elam and Ashur and Arpachshad and Lud and Aram. And the sons of Aram, Utz and Hul and Gether and Mash. And Arpachshad brought forth Shelach, and Shelach brought forth Eber. And to Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. And this brother and his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan brought forth Almodad and Sheleph and Hasmarweth and Yerah and Hadoram and Uzal and Dikla and Obal and Abimael and Sheba and Ophir and Hawilah and Yobab. All these were sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling places were from Misha, as you go towards Safar, a mountain of the east. These were the sons of Shem according to their clans, according to their languages, in their lands, according to their nations. These were the clans of the sons of Noach, according to their generations, in their nations. And from these, the nations were divided on the earth after the flood. Stay live. Last chapter, 32 verses. Then we'll get ready for the half Sarah. It reads as follows. And all the earth had one language and one speech. And it came to be as they set out from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to each other, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and they had asphalt for mortar. And they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the heavens, and make a name for ourselves, lest we become scattered over all the face of the earth. Then Yah came down to see the city and the tower which the Son of Man had built. And Yah said, look, they are one people, and they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. And now they're not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. Well, come and let us go there and confuse their language so that they do not understand one another's speech. And Yah scattered them from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. That is why the name was called Babel, because there Yah confused the language of all the earth, and from there Yah scattered them over the face of all the earth. This is the genealogy of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and brought forth Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And after he brought forth Arpachshad, Shem lived 500 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Arpachshad lived 35 years and brought forth Shelah. And after he brought forth Shelah, Arpachshad lived 403 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And after Shelah lived 30 years and brought forth Eber. And after he brought forth Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years and brought forth Peleg. And after he brought forth Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and brought forth Reu. And after he brought forth Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and brought forth Serug. And after he brought forth Serug, Reu lived 207 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and brought forth Nahor. And after he brought forth Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and brought forth Terah. And after he brought forth Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and brought forth sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and brought forth Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the genealogy of Terah. Terah brought forth Abram, Nahor, and Haran brought forth Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took wives, the milk of one from Mithraim, her Slikah. And Abram took wives, the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yiscah. And Sarai was barren. She had no child. And Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife. And they went out with him from Ur of the Chaldees to go to the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah came to be 205 years. And Terah died in Haran. Selah. Blessing after the Torah. Baruch atah Eloheinu melech haolam asher notan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tokeinu. Baruch atah noten Torah. Amen. So next we will go to the half Torah. We got coming up. We're going to get to the blessing of the half Torah. All right, here we go. Baruch atah Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nevi'im tovim v'arisad Abraham hanomarim b'yamet. Baruch atah habacher b'torah Moshe avado v'Israel amov nevi'icha amet v'asadech. Amen. So blessed are you, Yahweh, King of the universe, who's appointed devoted prophets, messengers of truth, upholding their teachings. Blessed are you, Yah, who loves the Torah, Moshe, his servant, Israel, his people, and prophets of truth and righteousness. Amen. So now we get to the book of Hanoch, the book of Enoch. We're going to read the 6th through the 10th chapter, and then we will go ahead and go to Luke 17 and read 20 through 27. Enoch chapter 6 reads as follows. It came to pass when the children of men had multiplied that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heavens, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Simjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered and said, Let us swear an oath and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were all in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders. Samlazaz, their leader. Ar-Kalba, Ramiel, Chokabalel, Tamlel, Ramlel, Benel, Ezekiel, Barakjal, Asael, Armaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zachiel, Samsapiel, Satarel, Torel, Jomjael, and Sariel. These are the chiefs of tens. And all the others together with them took unto them wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go into them and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants whose height was 300 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, then the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and make known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the lids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjazar taught enchantments and root cuttings. Al-Maros, the resolving of enchantments. Barakjiel taught astrology. Chochabel, the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel, the signs of the earth. Shamsiel, the signs of the sun. And Sariel, the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry wept up to heaven. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said one to another, the earth made me without inhabitant. The earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the master of ages, Adon ha-Adonim, El of Elohim, Melech Melechim, El of Elohim. The throne of your esteem stands unto all the generations of the things, and nothing can hide itself from you. You see what Azazel has done, who has taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven. Such men were striving to learn, and Simjas, to whom he was given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with the blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven. And their lamentations have ascended and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. Thou knowest all things before they come to pass. Thou seest things and you do not, thou seest these things and thou dost suffer them. And thou do not pay us what we are to do to them in regard to these. And last chapter. Then the Most High, the set apart and great one, spake and sent Uriel to the son of Lemech, and said, go to Noah and tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. Again, Yah said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there, Leolam Vayeh, forever and ever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day, let's see, come. And on the day, and on the day of the great judgment, he shall be cast into the fire and heal the earth, which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that be, that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said Yah, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication and the children because their fathers make of the, let me go back. I'm having a problem reading this for some reason. And no request that they, their fathers shall make of thee, shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf, for they hope to live in eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And Yah said unto Michael, go and bind Simjaza and his associates, who united themselves with women so as to defile themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast with 70 garments in the valleys of the earth, to their day of judgment and their consummation, to the judgment that is forever and is ever consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, into the torment and prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of watchers. Whoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plan of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live they that begat thousands of children. All the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall be planted with trees and be full of blessings. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall put vines on it. And the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000. And each measure of olive oil shall yield no presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godliness, and from all uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth. Destroy from the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous in all nations, and shall offer adoration and shall praise me, shall worship me, and the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment. And I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation and forever. Stay loud. So we're going to close out with Luke 17, verses 20 through 27. It reads as follows. And having been asked by the Pharisees when the reign of Elohim would come, he answered them and said, the reign of Elohim does not come with intent watching, nor shall they say, look here, or look there. For look, the reign of Elohim is in your midst. And he said to the taught ones, days shall come when you shall long to see one of the days of the son of Adam, but you shall not see it. And they shall say to you, look here, or look there. Do not go after them, nor follow. For as the lightning that flashes out of the one part under the heaven shines to the other part under heaven, so also the son of Adam shall be in his days. But first, he has to suffer much and be rejected by this generation. And as it came to be in the days of Noah, so also shall it be in the days of the son of Adam. They were eating, they were drinking, they were marrying, they were given in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark and the flood came and destroyed them all. Say it loud. Go ahead and close out the prayer after the Haftarah. Baruch atah Eloheinu melech haolam, sochor ha'olamim, v'adich b'chol hadarot, ha'el ha'ne'eman, ha'amer v'oseh, ha'midbar chayam, shekol debarev v'met v'asedech, ne'eman atah hu ya Eloheinu, v'anamonim debarecha, v'debar echad mibarecha, ochor lo yeshuv v'chayam, yeh melech ne'eman v'rachaman atah, Baruch atah ha'el ha'ne'eman, v'chol debarav, amen. Achim Sion, Kishi Bet Chayenu, Velelubot Nefesh Tosia Bamhara, Bayamenu, Lukataya, Mashiyach Sion Babaneha, Amen. Semechenu Ya Eloheinu, Be'eliyahu Hanabi, Ovadecha, Umeachut Bet David, Mashiyach, Bamhara Bayabo, Bayegel Levanu, El Kisolo, Yishuv, Eram, Velo, Yinachalu, O Nacharim, Ekevodo, כי בשם קושך נשבת הלא, שלא יכבה, נותן לעולם ויד, ברוך אתה מגן דוד, אמן. אל התורה והעבודה והנביאים והיום השבת הזה, שנתת לנו יא אלוהינו, לקדישה ומנוחה, לכבוד ותפארת, אל הכל יא אלוהינו, אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך, יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ויד, ברוך אתה יא מקדש השבת. Amen. All right. Shalom alaikum to all in the room once again. We are on Parsha Noach. Noach is the name that means rest. To have rest, to have refuge, to have shelter. We see here Noach finding favor in Yah's eyes, was a righteous and perfect man in his generations. Noah walked with Elohim. This is a very powerful statement. Last week, I made a statement in a video about how the world will tell us it's impossible to be perfect. That's what the world will tell us. When we read scripture and we know what Yah has expected of us as his children, as his image and likeness, as his priests on earth, perfection is a calling that his children are to attain. It is attainable. And it is just a matter, when we look this word up, let's just do this. We've done this before. I want to get back to this as well and look at how and why this is possible. It says Noah was perfect in his generations. And first of all, they said he was a just man. He was a tzaddik. A tzaddik is someone who was righteous. He was a lawful abiding citizen of the kingdom. Right? You hear that? I'm just a lawful abiding citizen of the United States. So you're a perfect citizen of the United States. You don't break any laws. You've never gotten arrested. You know what I'm saying? You've kept all the different, customs that relate to being a citizen of America. You're a perfect citizen. Right? Uncle Sam hasn't found any fault with you. You haven't violated any laws in the United States. So what does that make you? A perfect citizen. You're righteous in the eyes of America. You honor the Constitution. You honor, you know, everything that's honorable in the United States. You're a perfect citizen. When it comes to being a perfect citizen in Yah's kingdom, that's something that is considered impossible. To the point that we don't even deal with the law of Yah. The law is done away with. So you hear that, right? But this is what it means to be a Zadik. To be righteous. To be a law-abiding individual. It comes from the word 6663, which is Zadek, or Zadak, which means, again, to be righteous, to be just, to be put or made right, to make, to appear righteous, to make someone righteous, to do or bring justice, to declare righteous, to justify, right? To cleanse self, to clear self, right? To be right in a moral or forensic sense, right? If you're investigated, forensically speaking, you should not find anything that is wrong. If you're right, if you're a Zadik. So that's that word. And then when we get to the word perfect, tamim, from the word tamah, it means to be complete, right? How do we serve Yah? With your whole heart, with your whole body, with your whole mind. To be whole, to be entire, to be sound, to be healthful, to be whole and sound, entire, unimpaired, to be innocent. That's what Adam and Hawa were prior to them eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They were innocent. But when we got the knowledge of good and evil, our innocence got corrupted. But to be perfect means to have integrity. To be perfect is what is complete or entirely in accord with truth and fact. That's what perfect is. To be complete or entirely in accord with truth and fact. That's what being a faithful person is. Right? Without blemish. That's how all the offerings were to be brought to the altar, without blemish. Full, to be sincere, to be undefiled, to be without spot. It comes from the word 8552, which is tamam again. To be at an end, to meet the goal, right? To complete and finish, to hear the words, good job, well done, my faithful servant. This is what being perfect is about. And these are things that are attainable for us as Yah's children. Let me see if I can get this to come up. This. Any thoughts so far? Any comments, questions? Black.
I don't have a question on that, but I do have a question when you go back to verse 2.
Verse 2 in chapter 6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That the sons of Yah saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. They took them wives whosoever they chose. And I know when you were reading the article, but I was looking at the Shamash, and it was saying on the play of words for verse 2. Judan taught that when the maidens were adorned for the marriage ceremony, the chieftains used to have intercourse with them first. And it says an allusion to the practice of, but I can't, is IUS, and the next word is PRIMAE. The third word is NOCTIS. And I remember, I was trying to remember what you had said, was reading in the article. I couldn't read along with you because it was too small. So is it any truth to that?
Yes, that's pretty much like, it's a part of it. and how they were just, these were like, men of renown that were just laying with whoever they wanted to. They took whoever they wanted to and laid with them.
Mm.
Um,
This was like back, and they took them by force then.
yes, pretty much.
Oh man.
Pretty much. So this is it here.
Okay. Could you make it just a little bit so I could read it with you a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. So we read Enoch, how it talked about, they laid with these people as well. Where did we read that at? And it came to pass, the children of men and multiplied in those days and were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. The angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them and said, come and let us go choose us wives from among the children of men, right? And so they talked about how many people were. These are the leaders of tens they talked about, the chieftains of tens. But what you're dealing with there is the same thing that's being expressed here from the second book of Adam and Eve.
Okay.
It says here, after this, 100 men of the children of Seth gathered together and said among themselves, come, let us go down to the children of Cain and see what they do and enjoy ourselves with them. So when Jared heard of this, I'm sorry?
You said Seth children?
This is Adam's third son now. Because remember, Cain got exiled, Abel is dead. This is Cain and Hawa's third son now, Seth.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to be righteous though.
He was righteous, but these are his children.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
100 men of the children of Seth
Okay.
gathered together and said among themselves, come, let us go down to the children of Cain and see what they do and enjoy ourselves with them. But when Yered or Jared heard this of the 100 men, his very soul was moved and his heart was grieved. He then arose with great fervor and stood in the midst of them and adjured them by the blood of Abel the just, let not one of you go down from this holy and pure mountain in which our fathers have ordered us to dwell. But when Jared saw they did not receive his words, he said unto them, O my good and innocent and holy children, know that when you go down from this holy mountain, Elohim will not allow you to return again to it. He again adjured them, saying, I adjure you by the death of our father Adam, and by the blood of Abel, of Seth, of Enos, of Canaan, and of Mahalalel, to hearken to me, and not to go down from this holy mountain. For the moment you leave it, you will be reft of life and of mercy, and you shall no longer be called children of Elohim, but the children of the devil. But they would not hearken to his words. Enoch at that time was already grown up, and in his zeal for Elohim, he arose and said, hear me, O you sons of Seth, small and great, when you transgress the commandment of our fathers and go down from this holy mountain, you shall not come up hither again forever. But they rose up against Enoch and would not hearken to his words, but went down from the holy mountain. And when they looked at the daughters of Cain, at their beautiful figures, and at their hands and feet dyed with color and tattooed and ornaments on their faces, the fire of sin was kindled in them. Then Satan made them look most beautiful before the sons of Seth, as he also made the sons of Seth appear of the fairest in the eyes of the daughters of Cain, so that the daughters of Cain lusted after the sons of Seth like ravenous beasts, and the sons of Seth after the daughters of Cain, until they committed abomination with them. But after they had thus fallen into this defilement, they returned by the way they had come and tried to ascend the holy mountain, but they could not, because the stones of that holy mountain were a fire flashing before them, by reason of which they could not go up again. And I was angry with them and repented of them, because they had come down from esteem, and had thereby lost or forsaken their own purity or innocence, and were fallen into the defilement of sin. And Nel sent his word to Jared, saying, these thy children, whom thou did call my children, behold, they have transgressed my commandment, and have gone down to the abode of perdition and of sin. Send a messenger to those that are left, that they may not go down and be lost. And Jared wept before Yah, and asked of him mercy and forgiveness, but he wished that his soul might depart from his body, rather than hear those words from Elohim about the going down of his children from the holy mountain. But he followed El's order and preached unto them not to go down from that holy mountain and not to hold intercourse with the children of Cain. But they heeded not his message and would not obey his counsel. Brother Kim, yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Iman. Go ahead and finish, Iman.
No. Well, because of them being in the holy mountain, that was the special gift of them that allowed them to have the giants and stuff because of where they,
Right. And sometimes, those words are used loosely. It may not be a literal thing. Giants can be someone who is just like a big personality, like a Nimrod was like a giant. He was a mighty hunter before Yah. So you hear the word giant. A lot of times we look at that and take it literally, but it may not have always been a literal thing.
So that wasn't real giants then. That's what you're saying.
It could be, though. I'm not saying it can't, but the thing is, when you're dealing with that, here, let's look at what this word means. Let's look at what this word giant means, right? They just call them mighty men here. So we go to 4. Where were the giants at? Where did they say giants? I know they talk about Nephilim.
Okay, that's in verse 4.
I see it. Yep. So the word giants, Nephil, these are the fallen ones. So the word Nephilim literally means, they say it means a giant, but it means someone who fell, a bully or a tyrant, right? A giant, a bully or a tyrant. But this means to fall, to lie, to be cast down, to fail. So these are the ones that came down from the mountain. So giant, literally, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Not literally, but the word Nephilim just means the fallen ones. That's what that word literally means. The ones who descended from the mountain and became tyrants and bullies.
Okay, but
they
then there would still be from the ones that had to fight Goliath and Org, the ones that fought with David. Would not them have maybe been their descendants?
Possibly, yes. Possibly. Well, somewhat. The Philistines, because I believe Goliath was a Philistine. Was he a Philistine? Where was Goliath from?
He was a Philistine, and his brother Org, I believe his brother name was Org.
Yeah, he was a Philistine. But keep in mind, Philistines are Hamites. So Cain and Seth, the children of Cain and the children of Seth did not produce Hamites. The Philistines came from Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim came from Ham. So you had tall people in other places as well. So what they're talking about specifically in Genesis 6 with these Nephilim, you're talking about the fallen ones. You're talking about the rebels. You're talking about those who completely disobeyed Yah's word through Jared, through Enoch, right? And decided to do what they wanted to do anyway. And so now he turned them over to reprobacy. And they just became bullies and tyrants. It tells us that word, what that word means. Nephil means to be a bully or a tyrant. But they say it's a giant. Yes, because you think about bullies and tyrants, to the person who's like not willing to stand up to a bully, they're like giants.
I can understand that, but at the same time, you look at maybe in the descendants, because with Noah's son's wives, because I don't see how that generation could have came over, because even when they went to, what is that place, when they said men was looking like the giants, when they went over into
right.
when doing in Exodus, when they were some big people.
And I'm not denying that the existence of big people, you know, is in scripture. Because you look at Og, right? Og was huge. We talk about Goliath, but again, Og and Goliath was a Philistine. So again, the Philistines, this is why I'm just saying genealogically, when we're looking at the genealogy of these people, Seth is from Shem. Cain precedes Ham by far. And these are the children of Cain at this particular time. And so Noah ends up producing, because Noah was around those times, 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? And so with that, now you have, through Ham, the Philistines. So the Philistines don't come from the seed of Jared. Philistines come from a whole different line to produce that giant. Now let's see what tribe Og was from. Who was Og from? Og was an Amorite. If I'm not mistaken, the Amorites, wow. Who was the progenitor of the Amorites? I think they're Shemites. I think they're Shemites as well. And that could be yeah, they're from Shem. So the Amorites are Shemites as well. In the Akkadian record, they call him Samu or Sumu, but it's a Shem. So
Well,
that could possibly be.
The Midrash, that what you was telling us about that Midrash, and I've never read it or however, or do I even know exactly what it is. I know it talks about the angel, but I don't want to waste no more time on it. I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. No doubt. Brother Kim, yes, sir. And Shabbat Shalom to you, Brother Duran. Go ahead, Brother Kim. Brother Kim, go ahead. Yeah, Brother Kim.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. I was thinking about when I had two questions. Well, a question, but y'all got to talking about those giants. And one thing that came to mind, you remember this? There's a tribe. Is it the Ashanti tribe or something? They're really, really tall. It's the tribe that Manute Bowl comes from.
You should see that. Mandinka, the
Yeah,
Mandinka.
but you know they do that jumping dance. They jump, but they're very, very tall people. I think the average height of them is something like 6'8" or something like that, 6'4". But they're one of the tallest people in the world.
They're the Dinka people.
The Dinka, yeah, there's some, and those people, if you were to stand next to them, they will be giants. Just look at Shaquille O'Neal and Manute Bowl, and those people. Those people are giants compared to regular men. They're huge, right? Their stature is very big and very tall. But you know, and not only that, if you look at these tribal people in correlation or where the Hamites or where they originated at, that area, it would stand to reason like Nubians are very tall people as well, you know, and so it would stand to reason that they would come from the house of Mizraim. Does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking. You know, and that they were very tall and I mean huge people, you know. But the one thing that this further lets me know, right? When see, that's why I'm so happy that y'all got off into the book, this other book, right? Because now that explains, and you know, you always say you have to get rid of the mysticism, right? And those, what the scripture says, those Jewish fables, right? These fairy tales, you know. And so now I understand, because there's always been a question, and the sons of Yah saw that the daughters of men were fair. This tells you what that was. This tells you what happens in that area, right? It kind of explains that part of Torah, where in the actual Bible or the actual scripture, there's, it doesn't really clarify that statement, but this does. You see what I'm saying? And now we understand how the wickedness started to spread. You feel what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at it like this here, now, there's a lot that took place in that, right? That right there was, and I know we don't like it because it had nothing to do with race at this time, because they were all pretty much the same race, I believe, but the culture was different. This is where the interrelationships were going against the commandments of Yah, because he always separated. He never meant for anything to be diverse, or he never meant for this commingling of people. If we really look at it, and I got to go back to this, in the beginning, he separated the firmament from the firmament. He separated the water from the waters. He separated the day from the night. He separated the great light from the dark, lesser light, and on and on and on and on. And here it is that when this is, I think, to me personally, right, this is where the second time where integration showed up, and the Most High had to come and step back in and punish that.
And nip it.
And you see what I'm saying to you? Because we don't see it as that. We don't see it that way, because it tells us throughout scriptures, do not give your sons to be their husbands. Do not give your daughters to be their wives. Do not do that. You know what I mean? Right. And it's the first time that evidence of that happening and the cause of it all. So that's one of the things I wanted to say. That explains.
No, that's huge. That's very huge, because again, what we want to look at this book as a story of light coming out of darkness. And we talked about this a little bit while ago, Imam Sharon, how we see the same stories take place over and over and over again. What Yah's about to do is judge the wicked. He ain't about to judge just giants. He's about to judge the corrupt people on earth. He's about to judge the wicked, right? And so that's who the giants are at this time. The Nephilim are the fallen ones, the ones who have committed apostasy, the ones who have rejected Yah's Torah, the ones who have no covenant with Yah, right? The ones who are disobedient and faithless. That's the focus, right? So we can look at it in some other senses as well, yes. But what we really got to look at it as is the story of light coming from darkness, of heaven being separated from earth. That's what this all comes down to ultimately. And a lot of times we get caught up in, they were 20 feet tall. Okay. And if they were, so what? Because they were wicked. That's the point. They can be 20 feet tall all day. But what really made them notorious was their wickedness, not their height. Their stature and wickedness was much more pronounced. And so that's where we have to really focus in, okay? And pay attention to the principles of this story. Not taking anything away from that, though, but just letting us know what the focus of this matter is. This is why this parsha starts off with verse 9. Noah was righteous. He was perfect in his generations. He walked with Elohim. That's the standard. Anything that goes against that standard, it has to go. It had to get wiped off from the face of the earth. So this lets us know we have a standard to establish, to attain and to establish, and then to enforce. Because in verse 11, just 2 verses later, the earth was corrupt before Elohim and the earth was filled with violence, in contrast to what Noah was doing as a perfect man. Everybody else on earth was foul. Elohim looked upon the earth and saw it was corrupt. Like, man, everybody else is like, I don't see myself on earth. I only see one person like me on earth. So guess what? they're bringing ruin to this earth, so the earth is going to bring ruin to them. And that's the judgment. A lot of times we think, Yah's the one executing the judgment, when the judgment is just us bringing all that energy on ourselves when we're out of alignment. We're out of alignment. And humanity was out of alignment. And we know that, we talked about how storms, are created when two fronts collide. Earthquakes happen when two plates clash, right? You see tsunamis take place because, there's a great withdrawal from the waters, and it just, sucks in a vacuum of water, and then it just, that void is created, and it just brings it rushing back on. So you see how all that works in principle, right? You see mudslides because something gives way and something isn't firmly established. It's on, shaky ground. So all that there, is just principle. Emotion, when we look at the elements and we look at nature, how nature corresponds in order to the kingdom of humanity and what we're supposed to uphold and establish. But the beauty of it is Yah will do no matter unless he first reveals it to his servants, the prophets. Noah, in his prophetic consciousness, verse 13, was told to prepare. Prepare yourself, because I'm about to wipe all these people out. I'm going to make my covenant with you, and you're going to come into the ark, verse 18. You and your sons with you and your wives with you. But everything else, it's got to go. And the beauty of it is verse 22. Noah did according to all that Yah had commanded him. So he did. So this is the first type of tabernacle. This is the first visionary experience of a structure that Yah commanded someone to make for them to occupy in order to receive the blessings of life. And this is what Noah was told to do. And he did it exactly according to what Yah commanded him to do. So that's the principle that we take away from that as well. Is there anything else from chapter 6? There's a lot to get into. Of course, we can take each verse and bring a world out, but when we just look at the principles of this matter, and you look at what the ark is made of, gopher wood, right? Pitch or tar. Ema brought this out here. These rooms talk about nests, and these nests talk about, preparations for the future. And so you can see the ark was to preserve the earth so that the future generations would be able to continue. And this tar, this pitch, this kofer, is the same word for kippur. It's the same root word for kippur, Yom Kippur. It is a covering. It is a ransom. It is a redemption price. So it was covered, right? They were covered. They were provided atonement. I always found this verse interesting in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11. This is profound. This is relative to Noah and his decision to obey Yah and to keep Yah's commandments and to follow him and build this ark and get aboard the ark. When you think about it, he could have built it. He didn't necessarily have to get on it. But the fact that he believed, trusted to that degree, look what he did. We didn't even get there. By belief, Noah, having been warned of what was yet unseen, having feared, prepared an ark to save his house, through which, here's the key, he condemned the world. The fact that Noah built an ark and got on it, he condemned everybody else. And he became heir of the righteousness which is according to faithfulness. Not just belief, but to faithfulness. He could have believed all day. I believe Yah's going to do this. But if you don't do nothing with that belief, we know what James says, it's dead. A lot of people have belief, but they don't do anything with that belief. Therefore, their belief is dead. You have to activate your belief.
I understand that, Moray, but I saw something in when we go into chapter 7
Okay.
in verse 7. I'm not
Uh-huh.
saying he didn't feel that way, but it seems like it's really interesting the way verse 7 reads about Noah
Mm-hmm.
to me. And I could be wrong, but it said, and Noah went in and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him into the
Mm-hmm.
ark. And it said, but this is what I saw because of the waters of the flood. You know, I
Mm.
mean, did he hesitate a little bit?
Mm. I mean, he probably didn't go on until he saw the waters come. You know what I mean? Like he didn't start making really moves until the waters were starting to come.
I
Cause
guess he would make
could you
a
think
move
about it?
when out on waters coming.
So, do you know how long it said that Noah prophesied to the people to repent and turn back?
Well, that was
How many years?
120 years, right?
Okay, correct. So 120 years. So he didn't get on the ark until it started raining on. So it was there the whole time, ready for him to get on. He didn't get on the ark as soon as it was finished. But when them waters came, he's like, that's the sign. Now I'm getting on the ark. So I don't think it was a hesitancy. It was more of a practical matter. Like he couldn't do anything until it was time to do it. You know what I mean? Like you have it prepared. Now you're ready to get on when everything starts to show you it's time to move. I
Well,
think that's what
okay.
verse 7 is saying. I don't think it's saying that he doubted. I think he
Oh, no,
believed
I
because
don't
he
think
built the
he
ark.
doubted it. Just, I'm sure he had to, I know he built the ark and he did that. He did that
Mhm.
because y'all told him what to do. But it just it looks like it was like, here the waters is. Now here's the waters. Now get on. But it just seemed like
Mhm.
it was a hesitation with this verse. But then, I don't know. Just
I'm
asking.
thinking it's more of a necessity. You know what I'm saying? There was no necessity for him to get on the ark until it was time to get on the ark. You see what I'm saying? Like everybody's clowning, like, why you build that? Man, why you? There's gonna be some water over here or something? You waiting for some water? What you waiting on?
Okay.
So it was no necessity for him to get on the ark until it was time for him to get on the ark. When the water start coming, he's like, you know what? It's time, y'all. Let's go. So that's how I would look at it. Let's look at Sepharia and see what the commentaries may say. Let's see what our ancestors, what Hazal may say.
Okay.
I think it's always good to refer to some other insights that precede us. Chapter 7, verse 7. Here we go. On account of the waters of the deluge, not on account of El's command entering the ark. This is why the sages comment that even Noah was not a strong believer and he waited till necessity forced him to take refuge in the ark. Right? So that's interesting. Noah, his sons, and his wife and his sons' wives with him entered the ark. Rashi, in analyzing the sequence in which Noah and his family entered the ark, explains that the men and women did so separately, realizing that as long as the deluge would last, they would not be
Yeah.
allowed to have marital relations.
You say separately?
So there was a man and a woman's quarter.
Oh, okay.
The rooms were specifically uh, set aside for men and women. So the women were in one section, the men were in another. Just like when you go to an Orthodox synagogue, they have a
Mm-hmm.
side for men and a side for women.
Okay.
But I think this one here, this first one, kind of answers the question on
Yeah,
account of
it
the
does. It
waters
did.
and not on account of the deluge, on account of Yah's command. So that's an interesting reflection there. Yeah, I was thinking it was necessity. Because of fear of the waters of the flood, in these 7 days, many of the clean animals and fowl came of their own volition to the vicinity of the ark. From the others, And from everything that creeps, repair, consistent. Okay, I didn't really see anything there about it. Let's see. He went in before they came, and we don't know the reason why he says in his interpretation that he was of little faith, because the text testifies that he was righteous and pure and that he did everything El commanded. That's what Radak says. These words supply the reason why Noah entered. Why we do not understand the scholar in Bereshit Rabbah 32:6 who claimed that Noah lacked in faith because he did not enter the ark until after the rain had forced him to. After all, the Torah had specifically stated that Noah was perfect and did all that Yah had commanded him.
Now, what you reading from?
This is Sephariah. These are different commentaries on chapter 7, verse 7. Can you see on the side here?
I see some of it. I can't really read it because it's so small. But okay.
So Mifneh means from before. Noah also was of those people who are wanting in faith. It says he believed, and he did not believe that the flood would come, but he would not enter the ark until the full waters forced him to do so. Since the world was in a state of grief, it seems that Rashi is answering the question, why does the flood waters were on the earth immediately precede Noah went in? It is to tell us why marital relations were prohibited. The flood came and the world was in a state of grief. Thus, it is written right afterwards, Noah went in and his sons, to show why the men entered separately and the women entered separately, and relations were forbidden. But why does it say the same about their departure from the ark? Noah departed with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives. Relations were then permitted. It is because, as Rashi explains, Noah was afraid to beget children after the flood until Yah gave him a sign that he would not bring another flood. Thus, since there was still separation at the time of his departure, it is written Noah departed with his sons. That's a different story.
Oh.
But, the thing about it is it talks about Noah being perfect in his generations, Noah doing everything that Elohim commanded him to do, right? I side with Radak, who says that Noah wasn't lacking or wanting in faith. Noah knew when it was time to get aboard the ark. It's like, why would you get on the ark if you don't need to get on the ark? Have the ark prepared and ready to go for when the need arises for you to get on the ark. You still have work to do trying to get these people to turn back and save these souls from getting decimated. Because if he's just on the ark for the entire 120-year period, no one would have had an opportunity. They had opportunity, but they chose to become Nephilim. Just like in chapter 6, 1 and 2, you see the sons of Seth also choosing to fall.
I agree. I don't think he lacked. I don't see where he lacked faith. I think he had faith, but I mean, from just the way it reads, and you have to look at the translations too. So, I believe he had faith. Anybody that would sit up there and build that ark, they had to have faith. You build in a boat where there's a ship, whatever you want to call the ark, to be that huge. I don't know see how he did it, but he had to have faith. But I guess like with just anything, I'm still looking for the water, because then he knew, I think it was that Yah shut him in, didn't he?
He did. Yep. Sealed it up. Noah is said to be 600 years old when he went into this ark as well, which is very symbolic of the sixth day of coming, the end of that sixth day coming to a close, leading to the seventh day, right? So that has a very symbolic representation. Also, you have that 120-year period of time of repentance that he was proclaiming for 120 years. That has, some prophetic allusions as well to the time period before, during, let me say this, after Mashiach comes and before judgment. It's a
Okay.
prophetic allusion to that time as well that we have to work out our matters. So this is a grace period. What Yah gave earth during the days of Noah for those 120 years was a grace period. That's called grace right there. Because he decided, I'm going to do it already. He decided in the chapter 5, I'm about to wipe these fools out. But I'm going to have grace. I'm going to give them 120 years to repent. But after that, it's a wrap. And if you ain't on this ark and you ain't in me and about this covenant, you're not going to make it. That's called grace.
So do that extend to that 120 years? If we would look at it, not in our time, we see 120. But if we would look at it and more closely to Yah's time, if that would, we in that grace period too, because he actually, I mean, to me now, I don't know, Maria. I'm just saying that's what it seemed like.
Yes, ma'am.
That becomes our grace period too, to get it
Undeniably.
To get it right.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Because I'm trying to, you tell us to not to look at what just looks like is common. And I'm trying to look a little further than that. And I would have to say that would include us, because he said, my spirit's not going to strive with me. And it's not, and that is even today, even to the time when we looked at, with Yahshua, when they thought he come, everybody thought, this is it. This is the end. This is it. He's on. God's coming. I mean, everything is going to be okay. Even in that time, it was still considered the end. So for us, we got to know we in the end. It can't. God's not going to keep on going along with the mess that's being put down now.
Yep.
I'm going to be quiet for a while.
No, this is perfect. That's great. I'm loving it. I'm glad you're contributing. This is great. That's awesome. Most excellent. But you see the importance also of what they were talking about. And I never really looked at that like that. Verse 7 is the separation. 309, baby. The separation between men and women bidding on the ark. So it says Noah and his sons, and then his wife and his sons' wives went into the ark. So there was a separation there. Like, I didn't even notice that before. It was read just now.
They would be, because why would they? It would not behoove them at this particular time to have children.
Right.
Don't be having no children right now. That would have to be put on hold.
Very much so. Are you all familiar with their experience on the ark? Have you ever read that in the book of Jasher?
I haven't paid any attention to it. No, I just read about the Genesis part.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just now getting off into this, man. I've been looking over a little bit of it, and this Jasher's it's off the chain, man.
What page is it on?
It's on chapter 6 of the book of Jasher. So it starts on verse 28. Let's go to verse 27. The waters prevailed, and they greatly increased upon the earth, and they lifted up the ark, and it was raised from the earth. And the ark floated upon the face of the earth, and it was tossed upon the waters, so that all the living creatures within it turned about like cottage in a cauldron. And great anxiety seized all the living creatures that were in the ark, and the ark was like to be broken. And all the living creatures that were in the ark were terrified. And the lions roared, and the ox lowed, and the wolves howled, and every living creature in the ark spoke and lamented in their own language, so that their voices reached to a great distance. And Noah and his sons cried and wept in their troubles. they were greatly afraid that they had reached the gates of death. And Noah prayed unto Yah and cried unto him on account of this. And he said, O Yah, help us. For we have no strength to bear this evil that has encompassed us. For the waves of the waters have surrounded us. Mischievous torrents have terrified us. The snares of death have come before us. Answer us, O Yah. Answer us. Light up thy countenance toward us and be kind to us. Redeem us and deliver us. And Yah hearkened to the voice of Noah. And Yah remembered him. And a wind passed over the earth, right? A spirit. And the waters were still, and the ark rested, right? And the fountains of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters deceased in those days, and the ark rested upon the mountains of Ararat. But imagine that. They were stirred about like pottage in a cauldron. So we read that story, we don't really know what they experienced. Like, you think this is all good, they cool, they on the ark, they good. No, they went through their tumult as well. They had some harrowing experiences as well.
Hey,
And
so
so
more
that
right
makes
here.
it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So is it safe to say, right, that their faith was tested?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
You never really think about Noah's faith being tested in that situation. But when you read that, I was thinking, it was like, man, even their faith was tested. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to
Yeah.
cry out, but he still cried out to the Most High. You know what I mean? That's wild,
Right.
man. Yeah, that's
Oh
crazy.
yeah. Yeah. You never really think about that before. Like they on the ark, they chilling. No, they're not. Them waves was going crazy. Right. It was insane. And so, yeah, 40 days and 40 nights of almost hell in the ark. You better go. Excuse me one moment. All right. All right. Sleep out. You all give me another one moment. I'll be right back. Sleek ah, sleek ah, sleek ah. All right, I'm back. Selah, Selah. And so in chapter 7, again, we're seeing Noah now experiencing the flood, and everything that was on the earth was wiped out. Now, this is interesting because this is another experience of Genesis 1 of the world being immersed in formlessness and void, right? In darkness, because the presence of Yah was not on earth. There was no light on earth at this time except Noah. And it got so contracted, light had been contracted so much that the only thing that could take place was a destructive event in order to reset creation and bring forth light once again. And as we see the ark hovering over the waters or being in the waters, now you see the spirit of Yah and the people aboard the ark hovering over the waters. So when we look at this here, what we're looking at as well is, in fact, Genesis 1. So we're looking at Genesis 1 recapitulated. So again, we talked about this morning, not this morning, this afternoon, a little bit earlier, Iman Sharon, about how this is just Genesis, or the story of creation recapitulated again.
Okay.
It's the different circumstance, same principles. Okay? It's the same principles at work, just a different circumstance. The earth being unformed and void, darkness over the face of the deep, and a wind from Elohim sweeping over the waters. This is what you see in Genesis 6. When you're talking about, the earth was entirely corrupt. And so with 7, now you're dealing with, again, the repopulation of animals, each domain given a dominion, a ruler to come into it and to rule over it. We see that again take place. So this is how creation is repopulated. And so even with the mountains being covered, you see that there? What is that an allusion to? What is that stage? With the mountains being covered, what are mountains in scripture again?
People. I thought it was people.
It is, but in what form, in what capacity are the people in mountains? In what capacity are they operating?
I don't remember.
You're dealing with people in mountains, you're dealing with government.
Oh, okay.
You're dealing with government. So government is what that's all about there. So the governments were covered. They had to get covered. They had to get completely usurped by Yah. They had to go over the waters had to cover the governments that were unrighteously ruling on earth. They had to get taken out.
I'm gonna write that down. That you said mountains is meaning the government.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mountains are governmental presences. Shabbat shalom, Mr.
So when it
Shabbat.
get down to it say all in verse 22, all whose nostrils were the breath of the spirit of life, all that returned to Yah, right? That
Yes, ma'am.
belongs exclusively to him.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness, that's like when the next scripture come, it said, and blotted out every living substance which was upon the face of the ground. That's like blotting you out the book of life.
Life. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Where you at, Brother Kim?
Mm,
Wow.
so let's see.
What I miss?
Um,
I wanted you to holler with me.
the book of life.
I'm hollering with you. What happened?
We
I
were
was
just talking
looking at,
about. Go ahead, Ma.
oh,
Indeed.
I was just talking about that verse. I hope that's 20, either 22 or 23. It's hard for me to see. My eyes is getting so dim. And he said he blotted out every living substance which was upon the face. And that just sounds like he said, if your name is being blotted out of the Lamb's book of life. Can you imagine all of them that was lost in that flood? Their name was blotted out.
Wow. Yeah, that is something to think about, isn't it? My
And
Lord.
I know I don't want my name to be blotted out, but that's nobody's name. You can once you out, you out.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
What can you do now?
Wow.
Wow.
I tell
What
you,
can you do?
That's scary.
yes, it is. Got chills. Oh my goodness.
Man, that's scary. Good Lord.
Yeah. So
That's
these
that.
are things.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
That's that depart from me, you workers of iniquity. Yeah, that's that right there.
You just said it. Where you at, Brother Duran? Come on now.
No way he had. He been kind of quiet over here, ain't he? Brother Eastaff in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all, come on now. This is some good stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, oh man. Yeah, y'all getting it deeper. You gotta take it a step further. Look at it.
Said no.
And think about it, right? Yah is taking that breath away from the nostrils are so important because we know that Adam had the breath of life breathed into the nostrils of Adam.
Hallelujah.
But here it is now, the spirit of life was taken.
All back, going right on back to where it came from. Ain't that
Exactly. It
something?
was taken from them now. And so we see how this all unfolds.
Make me want to holler.
Indeed. So this is where we just look at all of this coming together. Got to make it make sense. So 7 again is dealing with a new beginning. So this consummation, this completion, well, not new beginning. You're dealing with the completion of everything now. And so with this here now wrapping up, excuse me, we see now humanity had 150 days of these waters on the earth. And then you deal with their eradication, an entire eradication of a society. Now, what's interesting, some people have said that this is the land of Atlantis, right? That this is Atlantis.
Well, All right, that seemed like that would make sense. If he blotted out the substance, that means they had to go into the ground. That was a total dissolve. And you were talking about those gases. That's some kind of heat.
Yeah, them guys is no joke.
You say you
I
be
remember,
boiled away.
yeah, when I realized that waters were coming from under the earth as well, yeah, that's intense. That's intense because it's not just dealing with waters falling from heaven.
Can you
You're dealing,
imagine being that kind of blotted out? That
yeah,
nothing of you is left.
right.
Nothing of you. There's nothing of you. You ground down to powder. You've been boiled away. Oh,
Done.
mm, mm, mm. Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about one time I was trying to explain to a guy. He said that he asked me a question. He said, how is it that if it rained for 40 days and for 40 nights that the waters would cover the entire planet? I said, well, man, you got to go back and look at how that's written. It, you know, where those waters come from. It just wasn't coming out the sky. It came from under the ground. It came from everywhere. It came from the icebergs being melted. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how that was able to happen. If you look at it from a scientific approach, it very well could, the earth could be covered, the entire earth could be covered by water. You know, because here's the thing, we have more water under the ground than we do on top.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? We have
Oh
more
yeah.
water. We have more white water that is frozen in the Arctic. You know what I'm saying? In the Antarctic, in the ice glaciers, and those mountains that are so high up that it stays frozen for time on end. And if all that were to melt, and the waters from the waters from under the ground were to burst forth, it would cover everything, man. Everything, Grand Canyon, everything would be covered. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's very
That's
well
real.
possible. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's real, really. So right, this is intense. You know, there's civilizations that have been completely immersed and inundated with water that are no more. You know, but the one that I've heard that this may most clearly speak of is Atlantis.
And that's real. I didn't know that was real.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. My goodness.
Let's see. Where was the civilization of Atlantis? Some say it was in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, let's do this one here. Where we on? Well, it's just conjecture. Whether or not it happened is a whole different story. Interesting as it may sound. And so, dealing with what we can certainly say is that, you know, human nature will always have recourses to its behavior. And that's the thing. When we're not in alignment with the will of Yah, then there are certainly recourses to our actions that will have a recourse and a consequence that brings back judgment on our own. And so that is something that is just, inherent in how life works. So that's very interesting. Moving on to 8, if there's nothing else from 7. 8 now deals with the rescinding of the waters and how the waters were actually drawn back. And so when we look at this particular chapter here, we can see with the raven being sent out and the dove being sent out, those have some interesting resonances and matters relative to them as relates to the symbolism. And I want to take a look at that a little more from some commentary, because that's something I really haven't delved into to understand what this is all about. So he sends out the raven. It's commentary. Of course, the raven is an unclean bird, right? Now, the unclean birds, ravens are considered scavengers. They eat carrion. They eat, things of the dead. So they're unclean birds. They're not worthy of, being brought to the altar like a dove can. A dove can be brought to the altar. And so the raven, once the waters were clear, they started to gather and eat the flesh. These are the birds of the heavens that you read of in Revelation that are going to eat all the flesh of the dead. Okay? Ravens and other scavenging birds. However, on the contrast, you also see the dove now, which is more of a peaceful bird, the symbolic of a dove of peace. They brought back an olive branch, which is also a symbol of peace. And the anointing and life and proliferation. Brother Kim, yes, sir.
Go ahead, Imai. You about to say something?
Well, I can wait for you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. But I wonder, the raven, even though he's a scavenger or something, but he's the most intelligent of the two.
Truly.
Ravens are very smart. They're the only birds that is recorded to be able to use tools to get food. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. Ravens?
Yeah, look them up.
Interesting.
Ravens and crows.
They said, what was it, Elijah? Mm-hmm. Was it the raven that fed Elijah?
Elijah. Yeah, he did.
So, yeah, but they're very. Yeah, look up a raven. See how smart they are. They're thought to have the highest intellect of all animals.
They have the what?
They are thought to have the highest intellect and IQ of all animals.
A raven.
A raven. Look them up right quick. Raven and crows. Yeah, look them up right quick.
They can talk, actually. I've heard ravens talk.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can rival adult great apes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They can perform similarly to children under 7 years of age.
See that? They're smart. They seem to be, they think they're the highest, they have the highest IQ of all animals, they believe.
That's impressive.
Yeah. They can actually use tools. They've been known to use tools to access food.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So he ain't just a scavenger. He's very smart. And he's smart. So I was wondering if that had something to do with the choice that Noah made to send him out first.
I can see that now you say it.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because he's
Our
really,
ancestors were in tune. They were definitely in tune back then.
Yeah. So you got to remember something. Noah wasn't too far removed from Adam, who named him. Yeah.
Right.
And so they knew something more about the character of these animals than we do today.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Clearly. Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm. So I just wondered if that played a part in it.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great point. Appreciate that. Let me see if they have anything else here. Here, look at this. The word shlichot is only sending someone with intelligence. Verse 7 regarding the raven, Rashi saw no need to explain this, for there it is written going to and fro, in which Rashi comments, it flew around circling the ark. Clearly, this is not shlichot. Therefore, Rashi did not comment when Noah sent the raven. Rashi did not make comment regarding the raven because Rashi had the following question. Why did it not say about sending the raven? See if the water had subsided, as it says about sending the dove. Apparently because Noah did not send the raven to see if the water subsided, whether he drove it out to seek its own place because it sinned and had cohabitated the ark. But Noah did not do this right after its misdeed, since the water still covered the earth, and driving it out then would make its species extinct. This also explains why Noah waited 7 days before sending the dove. He would have sent it immediately if the raven did not fulfill its errand. Perforce, Noah did not send the raven to see if there was still water. Accordingly, he sent out the raven in similar meaning to Moshe sent his father-in-law off. In other verses, which did not mean sending to bring back a response. That is why Rashi did not make this comment regarding the raven. But with sending the dove, which Noah indeed sent to see if there was still water, it appeared like a shlichot. Thus, Rashi needed to comment. Rashi knows that Noach sent the dove on its way because it says mato, implying that it will no longer be with him. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty deep.
Say wow. And so,
Can you read what Rashi say for number where it say, and Yah remembered Noah? At this, I think this was after he prayed.
this in what verse is that? Do you know?
Verse 8. I mean, chapter 8. Start with verse 1 that he remembered him.
See what the commentary says on that. Okay. How did that happen? And so what we find, 60 commentaries on this. You remember that for a full year, Noah had fed the entire animal kingdom that was with them in the ark, playing waiter for them. The wording proves that the waters were not boiling, were almost boiling hot. There it is. Meaning that they had bubbled previously. The expression shachak is also used for King Ahasuerus' anger subsiding. My goodness. El made a wind pass over the earth. This was the same wind of which the Torah in Genesis 1:2 had written that it was hovering over the surface of the waters. In other words, at this point, the earth had basically reverted to what it had been before the creation of light. So this is what I'm saying. It's a recapitulation. This is coming right back into a new form, which the earth has to do. We create the earth new every day. It was this wind Elohim made use of now to repair the damage the earth has sustained by making the water subside. Let's see if they talk about the remembrance, though. This includes his children and women. Noah alone is mentioned because he was the most important. A general term for the fowl, the beasts of the field, fowl and fly. El remembered means Elohim remembered the oath that he had sworn to Noah. That's important. The reason the Torah was not content to mention that El remembered Noah, but added that he remembered all the beasts that were in the ark with him, may have been that the animals by themselves already warranted that Elohim should remember them. Another reason is that the Torah includes in that statement that Elohim considered all the herd and menial work Noah was subjected to in looking after all the animals under his care. El had pity on Noah. The Torah wanted to emphasize that Yah's major concern was Noah and not the animals. But also he made a promise to the animals in addition that he would not destroy all life on earth anymore, in which has the breath of life. It goes on to say Elohim made a wind pass over the earth and the water subsided. The Torah here wishes to tell us that Elohim had commanded the waters to become tumultuous, just as he had commanded the waters during the 6 days of creation to swarm with fish, etc. Here Elohim commanded the waters to conduct themselves with their full power. As a result of that, the remains of the creatures which had died disintegrated completely. Had it not been for this fact that there had been no point in verse 24 telling us that the waters swelled on earth for 150 days. After all, the remains of all creatures had already disintegrated previously. Until Elohim remembered Noah, the waters had no reason to act differently than the instructions they had received from Elohim.
Whoa.
Now, I want to say this. Elohim had authority to command the waters to do what he wanted them to do. I'm of the mind. I'm going to speak for myself. I'm of the mind that when we are tapped into the oneness of the mind of Elohim, we too will have that same authority over creation. But we have to get to that level. That's the challenge, is to get to that level. It says, Vayizkar Elohim et Noah. Elohim remembered Noah. It would have been more appropriate for the Torah to write that Elohim remembered Noah and his sons, etc. After all, we know that they too were beneficiaries of Yah's presence, since the Torah wrote in 9:8, El spoke to Noah and to his sons. Why then did the Torah here mention only Noah as the one to whom El spoke? It is possible to understand that the word et in front of the word Noach as a reference to his sons. This would certainly not be the first time that the word et is used as raboi, a word which alludes to something additional which the Torah had not spelled out in detail. Seeing that Noah's sons were extensions of his own self, the Torah did not see fit to mention them separately at this stage. We find a similar occurrence in Exodus 1:1, where the Torah mentions et Yaakov, and Shemot Rabbah interprets the word et as a reference to all the people who descended to Egypt because they were extensions of Yaakov. So that our left tar is everything. It's the first and the last.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
This meant that sons and wives were automatically included in the people whose fate Elohim had remembered. As to the fact that the Torah specifically refers to the animals and all other creatures in the ark with Noach, something which at first glance makes it appear as if their fates were of greater concern to Elohim than that of Noach's wife, his sons, and their wives. This is not so. We distinguish between Hashigecha Balilot Kalilot and Hashigecha Peritit. Well, I don't know what that necessarily means. Elohim's general overall concern and supervision of their fate, and now specific individual supervision of someone's fate. So it's general concern and specific concern, seemingly. Whereas the animals, etc., qualified for El's general concern, Noah and his family qualified for Elohim's specific concern. Hence, the word et is an indication that Elohim's specific concern extended also to the members of Noah's family. Alternatively, the reason Torah chose to mention Elohim's concern for the domestic beasts and the free-roaming animals was to draw our attention to the fact that he displayed no such concern for the birds. Hence, the birds are not mentioned in this verse. The reason may have been that seeing that the mammals were all created on the sixth day of creation, the same day as man, they shared special consideration by Elohim with man. The birds which had been created already on the fifth day did not enjoy this distinction. This may also be reflected in the wording Asher Atol Batiba, who were with him in the ark. The Torah wanted to stress that there was something that man and the other mammals shared to the exclusion of the other phenomena on earth, namely Elohim's special concern for their fates. It is noteworthy that the same word et occurs in the narrative of the Torah when it describes both man's and mammals' creation on the sixth day. Please compare Genesis 24, 24, and 25. The words Asher Atol in our verse here may be allusion to the verse in 124. So it goes on to some other remembering as well. But it's significant because you're dealing with the covenant now. Yah remembers is based on Yah's covenant. So when the covenant is brought into it, that's when everything is actually remembered. That's what Yah remembers. Yah remembers his covenant. So anything else from Genesis 8? Let me go here now. It's a good point, Imam. So we see Elohim here speaking to Noah. Now, let's deal with that idea. What do you bear? What comes to your mind when you hear the word Elohim spoke to Noah? Like, what comes to your mind?
Well, I guess he was still giving him instructions on what to do.
Mm-hmm. Right, but how does that work? Like, how does Yah speak to?
Well, he might not have spoke where everybody could hear it, but we do know for our own self that he can speak to our heart.
Mm-hmm.
And or I don't know whether he spoke out where what in 15, I think that's where you at, and Yah spoken to Noah saying, "Go forth from the ark." He could have been alone, and it make the way to read 16. It kind of make me think he was alone. Go forth from the ark, thou and thy wife and thy sons and thy son's wife with thee. It was like he was probably alone. He probably still had to go and it don't seem like they were all together when Yah spoke to him. So he could have been speaking in that voice, or speaking with the wind, or speaking with thunder, however Yah speaks to people. Because we know that he can speak to people through the wind. We know he can speak through the heart. We know he's got different avenues to speak. And it looked like he was alone. And then he said, "Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both fowl and cattle, and every creeping thing." It looked like he was giving him instructions on what to do. If this was there for them to, I guess, depart.
Yeah, Ima, I agree with that. With what you said. That that like it goes back. I wonder, does that have anything to do with that word order? And I don't recall the Hebrew word that we
Order. You said order.
Yeah, order.
I
That's
agree with
davar.
that
That's the
word.
word davar.
I agree with that word.
Taking orders. So he knew how to take orders and where the orders were coming from.
But you
And so,
remember how when he Elder Ron, you remember when he when we was reading over in Exodus how the when he was bringing out the different the different tribes, the order. And he said, "Go forth from the ark, thy wife." Then he said, "And thy son, and thy son's wife with thee." It still has an order to this, what you seem to be saying. All of this seems to be in order. Because would they not revert to their nature if they had, especially the animals, come all out together?
absolutely.
I'm just saying, I don't know, but seem like they would revert to their nature.
And isn't that probably the calling, the calling order? That seems to be the calling order of Yah, that there's a call of elevation. I thought of Abraham when we were talking about this. And Abraham would resort to the mountains, and he had a process of receiving his orders, even the order to bind Isaac, and the process to go about it. Grab your knife, grab your grab the necessary things, and this is the step to doing it. And you would think to fall out of step would be, this is where the mishaps are at. This is where the danger is at. This is how Noah. You have to follow orders directly as they are. You can't go away from them. It's from a superior force. And again, that's the consistency I'm seeing, is that the elevation, the process of elevation. And weren't they on a mountain when they landed? Was it Mount Ararat?
Right. Yeah.
So that elevation is super necessary. That and though it's not a permanent place, because of its, just because of our carnal resistance to it, our immunity to it, to be that high that long. Eventually this shell will have to break, but we have to subdue it, like Paul said. We have to, it's a process of, like Yahshua did, it's a process of resorting, and then getting to the point to where it's crying blood. It's and that obedience is how we make it through the most of cataclysmic, to use a fancy word, but that's the only word I can think of, when the sky is falling.
Wow.
We have to be in that elevation phase, and it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be supernatural for us, honestly. I mean, other than that, like you said, Imam, when we get off of that ship, it's laissez-faire. It's going back to whatever thy will.
It would definitely go back. Right? Is it any significance, the fact that it came out in the first month? And what is that? Niacin? Is that any significant because they came out in the first day of the first month?
What month is that? What takes place in the first month?
That's verse 13. That's Niacin of the year. That's the new year.
What takes place during that month, though?
Pesach.
Yes, ma'am. Pesach.
That's significant.
Yes, ma'am. That's very significant. Yes, ma'am. Because now they have received that covering. Yah passed over them of judgment. So he has delivered them and brought them out.
And I think along with that is a reset. The whole thing was a reset.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they had to come back out with a new order, not necessarily a new order, but they had to restore their order, and it had to be told to them because it was a reset.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir. That's a good way to put it as well.
Hallelujah. Mhm.
Very much so. So yeah, that does relate back to the Passover month. It relates to, the newness, the renewal, having something restored and brought back into its initial place. It's supposed to be where it's supposed to be now.
Mhm.
Now, I want to go back to verse 15 though. Elohim spoke to Noah. So this is a very important principle to bring up for Yah to speak, right? Let's go to Genesis. What is that, 9?
You said go to 9.
Genesis 8. Let me go back to Genesis. I want to come to Genesis 8 and look at this real quick. And look at this word. And I believe it's verse 15. It does deal with the word Vayidabar. Vayidabar Elohim El Noach La Omer. Vayidabar, though, this is very important. So when we look at this here, Dabar is a word that means to speak, say, talk, promise, tell, commune, pronounce, utter command, some other miscellaneous terms. But to converse, right, to promise, to warn, to threaten, okay, to lead away, to put to flight, to arrange. This is where that word order, it does deal with that order you were talking about, Brother Duran. It deals with order, okay, to order, to appoint. When we look at this word in its depth, Vayidabar, it means a leader and guide, right? To cause, to conquer, and to subdue. It is a message vehicle. So he sent a message vehicle to commune with Noah, an insight of the heart that formulates the mind. When you're dealing with Yah speaking to you, it is a insight of the heart that informulates the mind. Okay, a pasture in a meadow, even as speech is a meadow of words, right? Words are illuminated insights that make an appearance to construct, build, and develop the mind of man as a ruler, governor, and teacher of all life energies. A word is an open gate to the houses of knowledge. Note, words are seen as the basis of life, for they formulate energies that belong to the unity of life. These energies, in turn, develop soul expressions whereby the energies are complete, confirming their base of being. It is via the study of words and of their implementations, especially the words of Elohim, that the energies become totally expanded from their encapsulated state as symbols to become fully expressed as matured soul and expression. It is the total nature of a mature soul, which is the fruit or the word which speaks in from the beginning. Okay, so this goes back to the beginning. It is the beginning of unity. It is the mind formulating unified expression. So when we're dealing with Yah speaking to Noah, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with this energy resonating in Noah's soul, giving him insight to formulate this idea in his mind of a vision that he must carry out. Based on this energy, these letters, these words, these energy resonances that vibrate at a level that he had to be in tune with. Noah had to be in tune for Elohim to speak with him. Y'all just don't speak to random things and random people. Remember, Yah is a vibration that we have to be in sync with in order for us to experience the revelation that Yah has set aside for those who are in alignment.
What do you think? Because he was already that he was already in tune, that God had allowed him to build the ark. You think maybe he was already ready to be spoken to and to answer?
Oh yeah, no doubt. Especially at this point.
I mean, because
Especially at this point.
this is such a thing that you, first of all, to now, you've got to coordinate. You got the people, but you've got to get the people. You know they can't probably go on solid ground yet because of the mud. It would probably be mud. So
Mhm.
I don't know if Brother Duran, I think they were on Mount Azareth. So they had to find some kind of a way to, especially for the animals that were not natural climbers,
Right.
to get down.
Yeah.
It just seemed like, you know, the way that Noah had to coordinate things, and in the order, as Brother Duran said, in the order that he said, the creeping thing, every creeping thing creepeth upon the earth, that they may swarm in the earth and be fruitful. Because they weren't fruitful, nobody was being anything on that ark. But now they
Right.
had to come together with their own species to be able to multiply in the earth now. So I guess it was very important for the way they got off of that ark and off of the mountain, and to be
Mhm.
able to come together in order to replenish the earth again, and to
Right,
go
right,
into
right.
their spots. I can't even imagine what it would take for certain of those animals to come up off of a mountain to go to their places.
Mm.
I
You know
can't
that
even, but I know they would have to go to their place. They would have to go to a place where that they could be fruitful. You know, certain animals and things, as we already know, they only mate in certain places.
Yep. Yep.
So I mean, I can't even. They had to try. Can you imagine? Because it said when we were reading that these animals came. The animals came. Even the animals that were not allowed to get on the ark, they came to the ark. They knew they had to come from around the world. Can
Mhm.
you imagine that?
Yep.
Come from around the world. Then can you imagine an elephant trying to get off that mountain? But Yah
Wow.
had to do some kind of way, and what he had to do to make a way for them to get to their place. So we still see it now. Animals are still in certain places. We don't see no lion and tigers unless somebody bring them over here, right here. I don't know if they're in Arkansas, but they ain't in Illinois.
Right.
They had
Yeah.
to still go to their place. The only thing that I wonder about, though, is when they came, when the husband and the wife, the three sons and their wives, what did they do for all of us to look so differently? Did did the fact that they had children, did they go in different parts of the world? Why is there so many species of us? You know, they have the Japanese, they have the Chinese, they have it with us. I was looking at the fact that a starting point for us was Ghana, and they got other places where we might be. How is that? Could you explain that to me? How is it possible that it's so many species of us? And I'm saying species, and I know that ain't the right word. Moray, forgive me, I just can't think of the right word right now. But please try to understand what I'm trying to say. Am I making it? Is it clear enough for you to understand? Because I can't think of no other word.
Like, why are we so diverse in our appearances as human beings?
Yes.
In a simple sense, it's two different, and I'm gonna use the word scientific processes. You have what's called adaptation, which is your environment, your climate that you're in. You will adapt to that climate. You'll adapt to your environment, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what.
I understand that one.
And then they have differentiation in that, gene pools mix up, and you have different, when you're breeding, different types of, when I say types, like, different ethnicities, different types of people, then you're going to get, different appearances. People are going to look different. So it comes down to just, that you were talking about mating, to mating, and then also to the appearance of individuals in different climate zones and how they adapt to their environment.
But that was 6 people. So you said the environment. So I heard one time that the people, I guess the children, the offspring of of Noah's sons, some when they went to Africa, somebody said that in order to stay in the environment they lived, had to grow big. Their hair had to thicken to keep from burning their scalp. Their skin darkened because of the environment and stuff that they were in. And and the other, like with the Chinese, they said because the sun was so hot, it yellowed the skin, it made the eyes slant. But I don't know about that. Just sound like I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, that's the old wives' tale that I heard, coming up. But I'm really interested that out of the 3, were they, do you believe maybe that they were different? People always said that I can't pronounce the name, Moray.
Japheth.
The one that started with the J. They said he was the he was no other word I can't think of, Caucasian like or whatever. Do you think that they were that diverse, the 3 of them, that they were that different?
Let's read this from a text called Picky Rabbi D. Eliezer. Okay, this is a Mishnaic rabbi from Israel, 1st century. And dealing with this particular portion we're reading now, Nimrod, the Tower of Babel, said Noah brought his sons and grandsons, and he blessed them with their several settlements. He gave them as an inheritance all the earth. He especially blessed Shem and his sons, making them dark but comely, and he gave them the inhabitable earth. And he blessed Ham and his sons, making them dark like the raven, and he gave them as an inheritance the coast of the sea. He blessed Japheth and his sons, making them entirely white, and he gave them for an inheritance the desert and its fields. These are the inheritances with which he endowed them. So are they much different? Not much. There were some subtleties. Yes, there were. Ham was darkest. Shem was more of an intermediate shade. Japheth was entirely white.
Okay. All right. So we got okay, if that's so, how is it that Japheth was able to basically overtake the earth?
Well, we read that in chapter 10, I believe, or no, in 11, where he's told he's going to dwell in the tents of Shem. And he does receive a glance. Let him be enlarged. It says, let Japheth be enlarged. When you read in Genesis 11.
Yeah, I read that. I get that, but why would that be to overtake Is that was to overtake us?
To be enlarged means to have, expansion. So that's actually chapter 9. Is it 9? Yeah. Let Elohim enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem. So with him being enlarged, let's look at what that word means in the Hebrew then, right? Because I think, again, we have to contextualize this. Genesis 9.
But with him being enlarged, it's like he has is extraordinary, over and beyond. I think that's the distinction.
Hmm? So patah, yifata, which is a part of his name, to be spacious, to be open, to be wide, to be open-minded, to be simple, to be naive, interesting, to be enticed, to be deceived, to persuade, to seduce, to open, to be roomy, to be simple, to delude, to allure, to deceive, enlarge, entice, flatter, persuade, silly one. So this is what Japhet is doing. Japhet is an enticer. Japhet is a deluder.
Well, it makes a lot of sense that they could entice the ones that actually got the actual know-how to build, to navigate, to do all the things. That most of the things that have been built in this earth comes through us.
Right.
We just don't have I guess maybe through our sin, is that we don't have the power either to say no or not to sell each other out. Those people will come and get together. They'll come together to get you. They act like a worm that are attached to each other to get you. But we don't. We don't have that where we'll look out for each other. They look out for each other.
Right.
They band together. One ain't gonna hit you. We might jump up on somebody by ourselves, but they ain't one ain't gonna try. They gonna try to band together to get you or come with some silly stuff, or they'll try to maim you. You will try to get up and talk, well, whatever. They come up and put their hand behind their back and whack you in the head. This still goes on today. We see it all the time. That's why I'm sure you've had to talk. I've had to talk to my grandson. I'm sure you had to talk to your son. That all men basically got to get to talk to keep from being whacked. So I just don't know how, unless it was because of our sin that we are have allowed to be taken over like that. Or am I wrong?
That's due to disobedience right there. A lot of that is due to being disobedient. That's where a lot of that comes from.
Yeah.
So that's how we
asked so many questions. I didn't got time.
Yeah, that's awesome. But that's the result of being disobedient, We got taken over because
what you just read. But what you're saying about their character is real. Their character, what you just read about that name, is real. It is such a terrible character but they band together to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brother Deron, if I stop you from saying something, I apologize.
No, ma'am. No, this is order. We're in order, Iman. Isn't Esau relegated to conquering? And isn't there I can't think of a scripture at the moment, but part of the consequences of his actions having to be nomadic. And I guess when I go back to orders, you know, and we're subjugated to Yah's sovereignty. And you know, it really does. Scripture, reading Torah has made more sense of science and governmental law than anything else for me. Because it really truly does stamp and solidify Yah's sovereignty over the whole earth. That there's no reinventing, there's no new world, there's only allowances made. And so within those allowances, we have to believe that the nations are fully capitalizing. I mean, even when you look at our Pentagon, there's activity that has to deal with astrology that takes place in our Pentagon. There's activity, if you see even consistency with the if they do the old movies, like the ancient movies, like the tribal movies, even the early, primitive nation, like the BC nations, like early Rome, Sparta, those Grecian movies, those kind of movies. They were very acute. They were very akin to the times, even with war, knowing that, you know, and they used their oracles, but they were utilizing what came from Israel. And so it really does show, I mean, why not reinvent it? I mean, if they're superior of intellect, why are they using the same blueprint, the same template? Because they're following their orders, you know. And more, I think you said it so correctly when you said, well, when we're disobedient, we have an order still, even in our disobedience. There's still an order for us. We have to follow that order. So, I mean, but one amazing thing that was mentioned earlier, Iman, when you were rejoicing, and I love that. It just, I was multitasking, I apologize. But one thing that stood out to me was with the mountains. We were talking about the mountains and what they equivalate to. And I just think, yeah, that we can go tell the mountains to be moved. I mean, Yahshua can do that. You know, he can take the temple and rebuild it. But the governments are very powerful and they have divine order. And revolution and rebellion is not. And Moray, you always remind us of that. And I hope that you got to go get a hold of those brothers at ISP UK. I think that's the name of it. And the other ones. And hopefully if they're genuine, they are able to find their provocateurs and weed them out. But I'm not going to get too much into that one. But this is proof. Noah is always proof that it's going to be such a divine, supernatural movement that the governments won't be able to handle the watershed. And when their time is up, their time is up. And the best thing we can do is humble ourselves and repent. And there's no need to flash mob. There's no need to form militias. That's only for our unbelief. But I'm so glad that this came on time. I want to share something with y'all. The reason I prayed what I prayed, because my spirit was moved. Y'all has moved me to go and I martial art train with where I believe are some real raw races. I mean, I'm talking about skinheads and Knights Templars, and I'm talking about deep in it. You know what I'm saying? And I know that I'm growing truly in Yah, and this tour is transforming me because I don't say a word. And the more I don't say a mumbling word, the more unsettled they get. You hear me? I want to go in there, do my training, and get out. But I can imagine what Yah is taking their imagination through. because they become like little children. And if you know what I mean, when we on that playground, don't nothing but the truth come out. And you start to find out who's circling you, who's watching you, who's eyeballing you, who's colluding against you. But we were talking about music. And one of the gentlemen said, well, I thank Satan for rock music.
You said he thanks Satan?
Everybody I tell that to, they're taking it back. They have to make sure I repeat what I just said. Moray, he said, I thank Satan for that music.
Wow.
And but he's a military guy, right? But just that alone, and that serpent shows up in all these places. But I digress to say this, that he was talking about, I got the gist of what he was saying. He was talking about the prowess that death rock provided. I'm talking about performers like Cannabis Zombie and those. I'm talking about that unashamed
death metal and stuff.
That unashamed devil music. You hear me? He said he's seen warriors during Iraq who used to come off that music and be so possessed with that 50 cal. He said they look like gods, basically. And it saved lives, the way he put it. So understanding, there is a warrior's creed. And I said, I can understand why you say it, because when somebody's saving your life and when you need that life raft, sometimes you don't care where it comes from. You just put your hand out when you're drowning. And so these men are in these battlefields, and it's, I've talked about it before. It's kind of like Joaquin Bolt in Set It Off. No, that's Set It Off. No, yeah, when he was robbing the bank. Yeah, when he went crazy, he was a preacher, but when he was in that jungle, he was another dude. You know what I'm saying? He kept his enemies' heads. To go there, your mind's got to go somewhere. And we've been talking about Hamas and things like that. See, there's a spirit moving on the earth, but it has already been here. It's already been here, and men adopted. The nations adopted and don't care where it comes from. As long as they can send 100 armed men, as long as they can send 10,000 armed men, and those men will run through, because the Nazis were hyped up on meth. That's why meth is so big in certain cultures.
Yeah, they were.
So when you mix rock music and what is that Nazi music, it still surfaces every once in a while. If you ever listen to that music, it's real heavy and Hitler was into the occult. It's real heavy into possessing men's and women's minds. So they taking orders, and that pharmacy, all of that, that's an order from their father, and y'all sure knew who their father was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That man told me in front of everybody, because they were talking about how the old rock music, it was so cheesy you thought they were playing. But now from pop music to rock music, even country music, every award show is a ritual. So they turning up.
100%. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they
So
are.
I go back, the reason people look differently and the reason people are culturally moving differently is because of where the orders are coming from. Because the reality is, Iman, you brought up something genius. I never looked at it like that. That for the terrain, it took engineering in order to put things back in place. And that's always going to be the case with civilization. See, that's why chattel slavery was the worst of slaveries. Because it attempted, but even so, we still have Frederick Douglass, who tricked his slave owners into teaching him to read so he could get busy. Benjamin Banneker had Daniel level secret science in order to help the nation that he was subjugated to. So they know, it's always going to be with us. It's always going to be, it's an Akashic key. It's in our souls. If we get a little time, that little seed is going to come back, boom, and it's going to bloom the way it's supposed to bloom. But like you said, we just need certain conditions which they'll never let us have, which if we really have a real conversation, that's how the conversation has to go, through progression. This ain't Black Lives Matter ain't progression. That's subversion is what that is.
Wow.
It's orders. And we can't be, our Father has to be Yahweh, the Most High, who the name we barely want to utter, but we in our life, we become such light for they know. And I have to say humbly that because of my brother and sister, because I see your examples, I have them under your prayers, maybe they starting to see something in me. But you know, that starts to get people, they like to point guns at me. They like to point toy guns at me. They like to act like they're gonna hit me to see my reaction. They like to tell me they scared of me.
That's what they tell you in your class?
Come on, man. Yes.
Wow.
That's a mess. They want your reaction, huh, brother?
Man, I mean, Iman, man, they've done so much over the years. I've intentionally stayed in that gym, I've intentionally stayed in that gym because Yah has made it overwhelmingly clear there's some work to do on some people. So, Christianity is for the going. It is. And the scriptures let us know. And we need to use it so to give them the last lifeline that they gonna have.
Wow.
You better take this right here. You better take it. So I'm going to minister to you. And not only that, but I'm going to show you that there's things that Yah would allow me to do that you couldn't handle. He allows me to see the traps that you are setting. He allows me to stay and then win a heart. Because I really am convinced that I don't know what kind of calling I have, but I for sure know that I wonder, where did our diplomacy go? Because we've always had it. It hadn't gone anywhere. That's the only way the Underground Railroad could have got built. So I know that there are people who are riding the fence who need to see that, listen, if I ever get in a cave with these people, they're going to crack my head too.
That's wild.
So the dogs that they can't keep a leash on, sometimes you got to see that that's the dog right there. I know and you know. So you got a choice. Are you going? Because since we know you ain't gonna say nothing. But if the case of a state of emergency ever happens, you know you have to be on God's side, because this man just told you who his father is. Told you who he's thankful to.
Wow.
It's pronounced. It is pronounced.
Yes, it is.
They have no shame in letting people know who they serve and who their father is. It's becoming much more bold, but this is the days of Noah. This is why we got to understand that the days of Noah lets us know, what's what and who's who. This is why Yah is so, livid with creation right now. Because it is truly a day of just outright rebellion. There's really no other way to put it. It's a day of outright rebellion.
You're right, Moray. Because we want to see, we have a problem. We want to separate because we don't know Torah. We want to separate ourselves from that. And we can't. This is a continuation. We are from the brothers and them three sisters, those husband, wife. That's where we come from. That's the part of us. Because the other part, they were eradicated. But we're from that. And he said, my spirit ain't gonna lie with you. What's wrong with you? And because we don't deal with Yah's time, that 120 years, as I'm believing now, it could be for every every one is 1,000 years. We don't know, but Yah has given us time. But we see right now, time is winding up. We don't even have, I'm 72. I don't have the time that I had when I was a young woman, where I had the opportunity to beg Yah to help me. There's some coming along down behind me. They might can't beg Yah. They might not get that opportunity to do it right, try to get it right. It's got so much stuff going on in the world. People are, a friend of mine last week, he fought prostate cancer for years. He was juicing and raw stuff, and he had said that the doctors finally told him after almost 20 years that he really couldn't fight. It wasn't nothing else for him to do. He was on hospice about 2 weeks and died. And he was up and about while he was on hospice, but the very next week he died. There are people, I can't even imagine now. We done had about 7 or 8 deaths in the last month, or maybe even more. Time is winding up. And to try to understand what Yah is, what, and like Brother Duran say, we got to be the one, because people looking now. They look, and you sit up there and you start telling people, and that's something we have to ask Yah to protect and keep us, because we of who we are, Hebrew Israelites, we got a target on our back. We don't know who gonna come. We on the phone, we on the internet. And if it look like you about to tear folk away from the devil, don't think they won't come after you, because they will. So we got to be ready for that. And you know, y'all may think that I'm just talking out the side of my neck, but I don't believe so. I believe we got to be careful.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I'm not
100%.
saying
You
stop
right on
talking.
point. Iman, you right on point. Right on
Right, that's
time.
100%.
Stop talking. I'm just saying you got to be careful and try to keep yourself prayed up, because, like I said, we on the phone, we on the internet. We telling people today, you need to get yourself right, deal with the Torah, leave the devil alone. And when you start trying to tell people that, they get mad. They try to. Can I tell y'all something that happened to me a couple? This was on the 29th of last month. I went to go in my bank account. All my money was gone. All my money was gone. I thought my heart was gone. I thought I was gonna pass out. I thought somebody had went into my mail and decided that they were gonna, just somebody just took my money. But it wasn't that. It was a unscrupulous thing from, I don't know whether it was a bill. I have never seen the bill yet. And it could have been an old bill I had, I don't know. But they went, they took my money out of 2 accounts. I didn't know what to do. I had no information whatsoever. I talked to the bank. They really didn't try to help me. I tried to talk to the people. They said who it was. They didn't try to talk to me. I had to turn around, get correct spelling. I had to do a lot of things and to get myself ready. Fortunately, I had obtained an attorney. I've been had it since I was working years ago, and they just charged me a little bit every month to have one. They write letters and stuff like that. Well, anyway, after they did, I had to make my way to court. Now, let me tell you, on both of my knees are bone on bone. They can't do surgery because they said, well, you've had a blood clot in your leg, so we don't want to do surgery. So very, very, very hard for me to walk. But I had to walk to the courtroom. That was like walking 5 blocks from the parking lot to inside, then to go inside to a courtroom. But I'm praying, I'm talking to y'all. I said, what do I do? You know, I'm praying, but what do I do? I sat down, I gave the clerk my papers, and when my name was called, I got ready. I didn't know what I was gonna say to get up to talk to the judge. The judge pushed me, said, sit down. And he asked me a question. And I said yes. And he said that was enough. And all I had to say was yes. Well, I took it to the point that I was saying yes to y'all. But that was all I had to say was yes. And it was over. So I know that Yah answers prayers. I know that he will help you when it looks like everything is dark. We got a scripture in here where it talks about, I think it's in the next chapter 9, where when he was talking about, Yah sometimes he closes us off. And I believe it was Isaiah that talked, it says, sometimes I can't, it'll seem like I'm not there. And that's how it felt to me, that it was just dark and I didn't know what to do. But Yah is able. And this is what we still have to do. We got to be ready for the times when things going to come up against them that don't have an explanation. To look forward to Yah to get us out. And we have to be saying, like they always say, the Hebrew boys, I'm going to say Hebrew men, because they had to know something. If he don't do it, I know that he can. I'm just saying, we just have to be ready. As like Brother Duran was saying, you don't know who's going to come up against you, but you want to make sure that your light continue to shine. We don't know what those virgins did on their way. It talks about them on a move. We don't know. So we know that our light still got to be shining on our move. We got to still have our praise. We got to still have our spirit. I'm sorry, y'all. I get turned up. Oh, yeah.
That's good. That's good, Mom. You got to bring that. Yes, ma'am. That's major.
Yes, we just have to make sure that we in a right place with Yah, because don't ever think that they ain't listening, that we on this line, we on phone, we telling people about Yah. Do not think that he not listening.
Nope. In fact, that's full proof. That's all the proof we need right there. Is that it's almost become cliche, but if there's no resistance, that's indication of what side we on. If I'm not getting any resistance, it's pretty much a done deal. That Satan is saying, you already doing my work.
Yeah. I had an interesting interview yesterday with some brothers. I know the guy, he's an atheist, we align in some political perspectives, but he texted me and asked me to come and share my thoughts about Zionism from an Israelite perspective. But it was a pretext. He wasn't really wanting to get that perspective. He wanted to really slander Israelites, in light of what's going on in Israel right now, And so, he brought me on. There was 2 other people with him that, were also ready to, share their perspective and, pretty much use it as a platform to just debunk, the scriptures, to debunk just spiritual philosophy, period. You know what I'm saying? Spiritual lifestyle, more so, not philosophy, spiritual lifestyle. So I get exactly what you're saying, but also I know that, that is also monitored by the powers that be as well. And they pay attention to stuff like that too. And so you're definitely right to be more circumspect in our everyday, endeavors and our actions and activities. So I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But at the same time, you think of what Yahushua was about, is spreading the truth. We still have an obligation and a duty
Yes, we do.
to awaken our people and to share the truth.
Yes, yes.
So it's almost a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
He said, make his deeds known among the people. You got to let
Right.
somebody know that he's the way, the only, he's the way, the truth, and the light. He's the
Right.
only way. And it's just no, you can't really get around it. And truly, you want your voice to be heard. And if, sometimes my mind is most mainly to my family, but I gotta tell them the truth. Gotta tell them the truth. And I'm so grateful for the Torah. I don't know it yet like I should, but I'm trying to learn it. It's wonderful. I think it's wonderful.
Certainly in our growth year by year, we convert this knowledge. And that's the key, knowledge is not power. I think a lot of people really have this misconstrued, you hear the phrase knowledge is power. And I mean, it's potential power. Knowledge is the potential of power. Power is the applied knowledge. That's what power becomes manifested, is when you apply the knowledge. And then more importantly, I've learned this as well. Power is when you get other people to accept your version of the truth. That is where true power is exercised. So, for instance, I'm going to ask you all a question. How many people in this room? 5 people. So everybody can hear my voice. In the text box, in the chat, if Europe is a continent, type in 1. If it is not a continent, type in 0. If Europe is a continent, type in the number 1. If Europe is not a continent, type in the number 0.
I gotta try to get it in there.
So we got 2 1s so far.
Well, I don't even know, so I'm gonna put 1. I
Okay.
gotta figure out how to get it there.
So let me do this.
Go to the chat. Okay.
What is the definition of a continent? A continent is any several large geographical regions generally identified by convention rather than any strict criteria. A continent could be a single landmass or a very part of a large landmass, indicates the age of Europe. Due to this, the number of continents varies up to 7, right? But typically, a continent is a large mass of land surrounded by water. Typically, it's surrounded by water. That's why when you're dealing with Asia, you have a Western Asia, you have an Eastern Asia. But the thing about Europe is not, let me see this, is a continent surrounded by water, by definition.
Well, would they count the Arctic Sea for Russia?
Russia is considered Eurasia, really.
That's probably where the
So when you think about What's another word for Europeans?
Eurasians?
Say it again.
Was it Eurasians?
Close.
Caucasians,
Caucasian. What word do you hear in that? What continent do you hear in that?
Asian,
Asian.
and then it's Asians of the Caucasus Mountains.
Yes. So by convention, continents are understood to be large, continuous, discrete land masses, ideally separated by expanses of water. Continents are also surrounded by water, right? But because they are so big, they are not considered islands. So technically speaking, a continent is a large landmass surrounded by water.
It can't be on rock. It can't be on water on one side.
That's the thing, Ima. No, a continent is typically surrounded by water. And so when you look at Europe, for instance, Eurasia, Western Asia, it's not surrounded because you got this large inland mass here of Russia. But you just said the key word, Brother Eric, Caucasian, Asian, Western Asia. These are Western Asians. Turkey is called Asia Minor, right? But these people, Yafet, these are Yafet's people. Keep that in mind as well. These are the people of Yafet. They had the power to convince people to call Europe an entire continent. But anybody know who Europa was? Who was Europa?
I don't know who you are.
She was a consort of Zeus.
Was it a Greek god?
She was a Phoenician princess from Tyre and Lebanon. Anybody know who inhabited Phoenicia? Who were the ancient Phoenicians? Who were the ancient?
The Greeks?
Were they
Nope. Carthaginians. Now, who were the Carthaginians?
They were African.
They
Hannibal
were
was
African people.
yeah.
They were Canaanites. Phoenicians were Canaanites. Who does
Hannibal-
Canaan descend from? Canaan comes from Mitzrayim. So Europa came from Canaan, from Phoenicia. Europa was a Phoenician princess, got kidnapped by Zeus who turned himself into a white bull and brought her to northern Europe, Eurasia. And that's where Europe gets its name from now. Europa was a Phoenician princess from Tyre, Lebanon, the mother of the king Minoas of Crete. The continent of Europe may be named after her. The story of her abducted by Zeus is what got her, in the form of a bull with a Cretan story. A classicist points out it's a love story, though. But look at that. She was abducted from Lebanon, from Phoenicia. They made her look like she was a Caucasian, but she wasn't. But the power, again, to convince people to accept your story is power. So this all asks from the question, how did Yafet get enlarged? How did Yafet take over like that? Well, you organize, you amass might and arms, and then the rest is history. And you put it to power, you put it to use. Yep. So let's kind of wrap this up. So that does address chapter 9 there. This is dealing again with blood. Don't eat the blood. Whoever sheds man's blood is actually to have their blood shed as well. Right? The covenant is established again with Noah. The rainbow is given. Significant. The rainbow. The rainbow is significant, and it has been completely misappropriated. and used in a way that does not represent what the rainbow has as its purpose. Okay. But this covenant is so important. So it does say from these three, the offers overspread. Got a quote here. So Noah becomes a keeper of a vineyard. So this is relative to Isaiah, I want to say chapter 5. But now we see Isaiah, who actually talks about Israel as this vineyard. So Noah becomes the husbandman of a vineyard. Noah, a man of the soil, began and planted a vineyard. He, however, becomes drunk. Now, again, this is what some are saying, the knowledge of good and evil, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Some said literally is the grape. Why? Because it produces stuff like this here. It can lead people into complete revelry. And now your senses aren't working properly. And as a result, you make ill decisions. You don't obey what Yah has commanded you to do. So some say it is the fruit of the vine. Nonetheless, when we read Isaiah 5 and we see what is going on, let me sing my song for the beloved. Let me sing for my beloved a song of my lover about his vineyard. My beloved had a vineyard on a fruitful hill. He broke the ground, cleared it of stones, planted it with choice vines. He built a watchtower inside of it. He even hewed a winepress in it. He hoped it would yield grapes. Instead, it yielded wild grapes, right? Now then, dwellers of Jerusalem, citizens of Judah, you be the judges between me and my vineyard, they say. What more could I have done for my vineyard that I failed to do for it? Why? When I hoped it would yield grapes, it yielded wild grapes. So this is the issue. This is why you see Noah here get drunk now. He becomes wild. And now he has an episode that he can't really, control himself. And this is what happens with Israel when we lose self-control. When we get intoxicated with the world and with things that Yah has commanded and forbidden us to do. Intoxication, whether it be with sin, whether it be with literal drink. But that intoxication is what leads us from Yah's presence. These are matters that we have to address. We have to master. We have to actually come to a place where we are much more mastered. This is why Cain was told sin is at your door and its desires for you, but you must master it. And that is the goal for us. That is the key for us. That's a part of our overcoming. That's a part of our dominion that we have over the earth, where we actually now become able to exercise all of this authority that Yah has promised for us. And so when he wakes from his stupor, he knows what happened. He curses Canaan, the son of Ham, Who's the one who actually carried out the act? But he curses his son, the progeny, the legacy. This is just a generational curse. This is not a perpetual curse. This is a generational curse. This is not a servant of servants perpetually. This actually takes place. But blessed be Yah, the Elohim of Shem. And of course, it is through Shem which we have Mashiyach ultimately, in which we have even our presence here today. Canaan also becomes a servant, but Canaan also is a servant of Yefet as well. And that's where the story takes an interesting twist. Because now Shem and Canaan have authority over these people. They render them into servitude.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I know we're trying to get out of here. But what was the when he cursed his son? What?
Why did he curse Canaan?
Well, I mean, I kind of know why because I was reading it. But could you just talk about it just for a little bit?
Well, let's go to the commentary. That's a great point to raise. I always like to defer to some of Chazal, what Chazal has to say, because our ancestors were very keen in that as well. Of course, this is where many derive what they call the Hamitic curse, the curse of Ham, but it wasn't Ham again, it was Canaan. So there is a difference.
That was the grandson, right?
Correct. This is where, you see the justification for enslavement and everything come from here. But this is not really the case. Cursing Canaan, the prophet Yoel said they will sell them to the people of Shiva, to a distant far nation. The slaves will in turn sell the Canaanites in even more degrading status. Ham sinned against his son Canaan and was punished. Why? Seeing that Elohim had already blessed Noach and all of his sons, Noach's cursing Ham would have been totally ineffective. Compare what Elohim did to Balaam when he told him that seeing the Israelite people had already been blessed by him, Balaam could not undo this cursing by them. Some commentators say that actually Ham had not done anything. He had only viewed the exposed body of his father and had failed to cover him, as did his brother subsequently. However, he had told others about it without intending to cover his father. Had he intended to cover his father, why did he tell his brothers about what he had seen without at least first having covered his father's shame? This is why Noah cursed him when he found out. These commentators cite the line, what his younger son had done to him, as proof for their interpretation. Since the son's name had already been mentioned at the beginning of the paragraph, there was no need to repeat it. The word Hakenan, Hakatan, does not refer to the youngest son of Noah, seeing that Ham was not Noah's youngest son, the eldest being Yefet and the youngest being Shem, as already pointed out earlier. Noah blessed the two sons who had treated him as was proper, whereas he remained silent concerning Ham, Canaan, who had shamed him, he cursed. Honor your mother and your father, stay loud. He says he cursed him by referring, this is what his Quni says, he cursed him by referring to his name, meaning that his very name was indicated something negative, suppressed and downtrodden should become his curse. He would become subservient to his brothers. Whenever a servant does not carry out the wishes of his master, he attracts a curse to himself. His fate will not be determined by warfare, but being a slave of slaves. The Jewish people would conquer the land of Canaan, and they would be instructed not to let any Canaanite survive on the land. Let him be a lowly slave to his brothers. This is what Da'at Zechanim, the knowledge of the elder, says. Our sages in Bereshit Rabbah state that already when Noah entered the ark, he had been upset that he did not have a young son who could perform for him many chores that it had now become his task to perform personally. He therefore had to resolve that when he would sire more children after leaving the ark, he would train some as his servants. Upon hearing him say something of that nature, his grandson Canaan went ahead and castrated him to prevent him from having more children. Noah therefore decided to treat Canaan as if he had been his fourth son and decreed that he should become a servant to his brothers. So there's some here saying that he was castrated, interestingly. If you were to ask why he cursed Canaan more than any one of Ham's other children, the question which is justified according to the opinion that it had been Canaan who had castrated him. Canaan could not have been even 1 year old when Noah left the ark, so that Noah must have failed to impregnate with wife until he had grown up. How do we answer the problem according to the opinion that it was his son Ham and not his grandson who had castrated him? A sage by the name of Rabbi Aharon found a midrash that Ham had discovered his father in a state of nudity and told his brothers about it in a derogatory manner, and he had been overheard by Canaan, who had decided to castrate his grandfather. This is the meaning of the puzzling words. It says, Wanu hasatan et asher aselo, what his son, the minor, had done to him in 9:24. What did that say? Noach knew what his younger son had done to him. Interesting.
Just go on and on, don't it?
Grandchildren are often referred to, in the Torah as if they were children, not grandchildren. Actually, the line could not have referred to Ham, as he was not Noah's youngest son, as the Torah lists him as his middle son. The Torah, in referring to Canaan as Noah's youngest son, meant his grandson. At that time, he only had one grandson, so that he did not have to be named. We find proof that the grandsons may be called younger sons in Obadiah 1:2. Hence, I will make you the least among the nations. Furthermore, according to Pirkei the Rabbi Eliezer, chapter 23, the line in Malachi 1:6, which says, Av va'iber Adonav ben Yachavon. A son is expected to honor his father and a servant his master. Is interpreted as follows: when a son honors his father, all is well. If not, he will wind up a servant to his master. An alternative interpretation, the reason why Noah chose as punishment that the person who witnessed his disgrace became a slave was that, seeing he was the one who saw his state of nudity first, it was his duty to do what any servant would too, to cover his nudity. Seeing that he had neglected to perform the duty of a servant, he was now condemned to remain a servant all the time. This is also why he used the expression a servant of service instead of simply Obed. So he was Obed, Obedim. And both Ham and his son Canaan were condemned to be servants to Ham's brothers. I'll go on more, but just some food for thought there.
Well, they never could wipe out Canaan, did they?
Right. I think Canaan, some argue that Canaan is like no more, that they're actually extinct. And there's some who say Canaan is there are no more Canaanites physically on earth.
But
Just like the original Philistines. Like some would argue that there are no more Philistines. The original Philistines are gone.
But that behavior is there. Oh, Maurice, told I for this lesson today.
Yeah. And so in chapter 10, of course, we know we deal with the table of nations. We identify all these people, right? So that's important as well. And that's something I would challenge you all to, do some investigation on your own to really get into that some more. Chapter 11, we deal with the Tower of Babel and Nimrod. And why Nimrod's appearance is so interesting. I want to get into this real quick. This is a 3-verse chapter from the Zohar that's very interesting. He was a mighty hunter. Listen to this about Nimrod. This is very, very insightful. So according to the Zohar, Nimrod used the clothes of Adam to gain strength. So what does that mean? That means that the leathers, the skins that Yah gave Adam had been passed down, and eventually here it is, Nimrod acquires them. So some actually conjecture that Ham stole the skins that Noah had, which he got from Adam, and gave them to his son Cush. So he was naked because these clothes, these coverings, these leathers, these skins had been taken. Okay. Nimrod used the clothes of Adam to gain strength. Clothes is a code word that alludes to the physicality that conceals the light, as garments conceal the body. So when Adam found he was naked, no longer bearing light, Yah had to conceal him even more. He gave him the skins, but those skins were also to atone for his sin in order for him to get back to a point where he can be light. Nimrod, we are told, connected only to the material world without any regard or consideration for the spiritual essence of reality. This is where atheism comes from. This is considered to be a form of idol worshiping. It is falling under the delusion and control of the physical world. A deeper awareness for the spiritual essence of life is awakened within us by these passages so that we are not controlled by illusion. He was a mighty hunter before Hashem. Therefore, it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Hashem. Come and behold, Nimrod was a brave man who wore the garments of Adam and knew how to hunt. All living beings surrendered to him because of those garments, those coats of skin, as the verse reads, to Adam also and to his wife did Yah Elohim make coats of skin and clothed them. Rabbi Elazar said that Nimrod used to entice people into idol worshiping. He used the power of those garments to rule all other people. He proclaimed himself Elohim, the ruler of the world, so all other people served him. But why was he called Nimrod? His name is Amraphel. If you read in Genesis chapter 19, when Abraham goes out to fight in the Valley of the Kings, and also in the book of Jasher, Nimrod is a code name for him. His name was Amraphel, the king of Babel. He was called Nimrod because he rebelled, which is Marad, against the high king of above, against the power of supernal holiness, and also against the lower beings, the people of this world. Speaking of Abraham, speaking of Noah, speaking of Shem, speaking of Melchizedek, right? When I say Melchizedek, that office. It is by the power of those garments that he was able to rule over all mankind. He rebelled against them and his master by saying that he was the ruler of the world. That is, he declared himself Elohim. Let us make a city, let us make a name for ourselves, right? He seduced people into following him, leaving the service of the master of the universe and serving him. Rabbi Shimon said that the friends knew a great secret about these garments. So that's what we see about Nimrod. Nimrod was very wicked. And then we can read more about the Babel, because that is where the mysteries begin. This is where, again, the falling away for humanity started to take place again. And it wasn't so-called the European, it wasn't the Caucasian, it wasn't the white man. It was a Hamite, it was a Cushite more specifically. It was an African man who led the world into apostasy and idolatry. And so that is something we have to understand. It's not a matter of flesh and blood, like Shaul says. This is a matter of spiritual darkness in high places. This is principalities, right? This is what we're dealing with. We're not just dealing with flesh and blood. It's so important for us to really conceptualize that. Yah does not look at appearance. Yah looks at the heart. And so we got to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do and discerning who's who and what's what. The scattering, go ahead, are you saying something, Mom?
No.
The scattering was important because it shows that what we can do when we put our minds together. It says in verse 6, look, they are one people. This is so important. We can learn so much from this. They are one people. Nimrod united his people, though. And they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. And now they're not going to be withheld from doing whatever they planned to do. That's the key. What's the operative word in that sentence? What's the operative word?
Wish.
What's the most important word in that sentence?
Plan.
Plan. That's the most important word in the sentence.
Blueprint.
Organize. Come together with your minds and think and put a plan down. There it is. That's everything. That is everything.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Of course.
And I was just thinking about this, right? This is just a thought. What was and I guess I can't say what, let me see if I can frame it right. Nimrod attempted to do what we as believers should be working to do, but in a different cause. Is that safe to say?
Right.
You know, he wanted to, I don't know what he wanted to reach the heavens, but he united all his people up under one voice, right?
Right.
And our goal is to become one.
Right.
But in Torah to materialize Mashiyach on earth. Is that safe to say?
Hands down.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Purpose. Yeah, that's huge.
And the world has already been ready to do that. And the prophecies say it's going to be done. It's going to be unified in the purchasing and the selling. That's going to create the synergy force that is going to upset the Most High. Except, will the Nimrod be AI?
Well, no, it's still a human. It's still a human like source that emanates. That those are just tools that are used. Right, you're dealing with tools, which will enhance the reach of what the enemy is able to do. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A tool is a tool. Those things are neutral. We can use AI to bring forth the kingdom. Easily. You know what I'm saying? However, when we just look at it like, oh, it's all that. No, it's not. It's a neutral tool that depends on. It's like a pistol. A pistol can be used to protect yourself from somebody, or a pistol can be used to go and cause harm.
Right.
Unnecessarily. So it depends on how it is used. That's the key. Yep. So if it's used effectively, it's good. Go ahead, yes, sir.
Yeah. So now, what was the word for order again? Deval?
Dabar.
Dabar.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Nimrod use Dabar?
I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did. And again, that's what we have to understand about our enemy. The enemy knows the principles and the science of spirit, and they use it. They use it. We, on the other hand, don't understand how to use these principles that Yah has given us to access the power of the spirit. We deny the power thereof because we think it's all new age and stuff that the enemy does, and we shouldn't be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Even to the point of meditation. We're still struggling to reconcile the effectiveness of being meditative. We think that's something that Hindus and Buddhists do, and as Bible believers, meditation is not something that we should do. And that's unfortunate. So that's where we find ourselves challenged.
But in the Bible, it also says that Abraham meditated. I mean, it's
Everybody did.
right. So it's just like, where are they getting these things from?
Fear, doctrines. They're still dealing with doctrines too. Yeah. So, even speaking with dude yesterday, I mentioned it, about transcendental meditation. And he was like, oh my goodness. He said, you're going to be condemned. You're blaspheming. You're speaking blasphemy. You're not supposed to be talking about that stuff. I'm like, that's the misconception that so many people have, in that, we're told that we're not to really meditate like, I won't say like a Buddhist does, but our meditation is prayer. It's like, come on now. Let's really understand this. So yeah, we got some work to do. But real quick, looking at what we read from Enoch. Enoch gives us the fallen names and what they end up doing. What they taught humanity, that humanity should not have really learned in that sense. Yeah. And this is why it talks about the inner beauty. Like, let not the woman be adorned and all that stuff, but let the beauty be of the inner woman. Because if you look at what happened, this is what the daughters of Cain were doing: tattoos and ornaments and makeup, right? And that is what enticed. They enhanced their features. They probably wore some very revealing clothes and whatnot, if clothes at all, and just enticed the sons of Seth to fall. That's what got Israel caught up at Baal Peor in the book of Numbers, when Balaam couldn't find out how to curse Israel. He's like, you got to make them do it to themselves. So get these Midianite women and have them trip them up. I heard that's what happened to them a long time ago during the generation of Noah. Man, let's get these Moabite and Midianite women and let them set it off with them. And the rest is history. And so this is what had taken place. And they put curses on themselves in order to carry this out. Now, these watchers, you hear the word the watchers. The watchers were actually those who were supposed to look after the people. These were the leaders. The watchers were men. A lot of times we look at the watchers like, oh, they're angels. Yes, they were. They were messengers. They were inspired by Yah to give the message to the people. They were the ones who would oversee the order of society, of civilization, and to ensure that Torah consciousness was emanating from this mountain, Moriah, that they were living on, also known as Zion. And so, as we see later with the rituals surrounding Yom Kippur, we give everything back that is not of Yah to the one to whom all sin is attributed. All sin is attributed. You read chapter 8, verse 1. It is Azazel to whom all sin was attributed. It may not have been verse 1, 8, 1 is another verse. Let's see. It's verse chapter 10, verse 4. Again, Yah said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face, that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment, he shall be cast in the fire. But it's on him. He will keep on, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted. Proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish. Do all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. Angels don't have sons, right? This is what's so important to understand. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. This is why the Yom Kippur ritual of sending the goat to Azazel was so important, because all sin is going back to its source, which is Azazel. Azazel. Now, there was another passage that I saw in this chapter that I wanted to bring up as well. Where is it at? Where did I see that? I wonder if that was it. Well, this is what I was going to say. With angels not having offspring, if Adam had not sinned, he would not have begotten any offspring. From the time of Adam's sin, the children born into our world retain an aspect of the evil inclination within their essence. This section helps prevent this evil presence from occurring in new children. Moreover, these words weaken and remove the negative influence from our children as we meditate upon the pages. Come and behold, if Adam had brought generations with him from the Garden of Eden, they would have lived for generations. And the light of the moon, which refers to the light of the kingdom, Malkut, would have never been darkened, and all would have lived forever. And not even the angels above could have stood before them and borne their light, brilliance, and wisdom, as it is written, in the image of Elohim, he created him. This is what Adam is supposed to be. This is what we are supposed to be. But because he was the cause of sin, he had to leave the Garden of Eden and bear children outside. So his generations did not last because they were not fit. Rabbi Hizkiah then asked, how could they have begotten offspring there in the Garden of Eden? Had the evil inclination not been drawn down on him and he sinned, he would have dwelt alone in the world and would not have begotten any offspring. The same applies to Israel. Had they not sinned by the golden calf and drawn upon themselves the evil inclination after accepting the Torah, they also would never have borne any offspring, and so new generations would have come into the world. The main point is that the power of mating derives mainly from the evil inclination. So without the evil inclination, there can be no offspring. Angels do not have that. This is what Mashiyach is saying when they asked him about whose wife will this woman be in the resurrection. She had 4 husbands, they all died. Whose wife will they be in the resurrection? He said, you don't even know the scriptures. You don't even know the scriptures. Let me find that passage. I'd rather read it. Matthew 22, right? The same day came to him the Sadducees, which say that there is no resurrection. So first of all, these people don't even believe in the resurrection. And they asked him, saying, Master, Moses said, if a man die having no children, his brother may marry his wife and raise up seed unto his brother. Now there were with us 7 brethren, and the first, when he married a wife, deceased, and having no issue, left his wife unto his brother. Likewise, the second, the third, unto the 7th. And last of all, the woman died. Therefore, in the resurrection, which we don't really believe in, they saying, whose wife shall she be of the 7? For they all had her. Yeshua answered and said unto them, you do err, not knowing the scriptures nor the power of Elohim. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of Elohim in heaven. Period. Angels do not have seed. And so when we read the watchers teaching their sons, that's letting us know, first and foremost, these fallen ones aren't angels. Let's take that completely out of our mind. Because we're taught that so much, that these people, these Nephilim, these sons of Elohim, sons of God, if you will, those are angels. No, they're not. They're men who have elevated themselves, who have received Mashiyach in their heart, and have got the authority to become children of Elohim, who are not born according to the flesh, nor the desire of man, or the will of man, but according to the Spirit. When you're born according to the Spirit, aka the Word, you're a child of Elohim. When you're following the Word and you're doing what the Word commands you to do, you are a child of Elohim. And anyone that goes against that is an enemy, is an adversary. In judgment, in darkness, in fire, await. And the second death awaits. Absolute zero. That's what that is. That's why I realized second death is absolute zero. Energy is not created or destroyed, but it only changes form. But what happens, energy can actually get to an absolute zero and no longer exist. And that is what will take place. It will be neutralized. It will be negated. And so as we relate to this here, we just got the signs. Noah, the days are here again. Silk had a song called Happy Days Are Here Again. Well, there's a song, well, there's also an idea that the days of Noah are here again. Mashiyach gave us all the signs. Yahushua gave us all the signs we need. Selah. Any closing thoughts, anything anyone else needs to share, wants to share, has on their mind, heart? All right. Let us go ahead and get into a spirit of prayer. Go ahead and close out with the Aleinu prayer. And then we will go ahead and conclude for this evening. Much love to everybody, of course, as always. Man, really appreciate y'all's contributions today. Y'all really brought a lot of good insight and good information, some excellent points, some excellent anecdotes, some excellent encouragement. Iman Sharon, Brother Duran, Brother Kim, staff, Torah. I mean, it just really rounded out and made this applicable and relevant to our lives now, here and now. So Torah for all that. So close out with this prayer. What did I say? And we will go from there. think I'm getting hot. Here we go. Aleinu l'shabeach le'adon ha'kol la'teit gedula la'yetzir b'reishit shelo asanu kegoy ha'retzot ve'lo samanu b'mishpachot hadama shelo sam ha'cheinu kahim ve'goraleinu k'kol hamonam ve'anachnu korim u'mishtacholim u'modim lifnei melech melki hamalakim hakadosh baruch hu Shehu notei shamayim ve'yasoret u'meshov yakra'o b'shamayim ima'al l'shechinat ozo b'go b'hai b'orumim hu Eloheinu einot Yemet malkeinu efes olato kakatuv b'torato v'yadata hayom v'hashovota elovavata ki Yahuwah ha'Elohim b'shamayim ima'al v'al ha'aretz metechat einot El King Nakve Lacha Yahuwah Eloheinu Laraot Maharab Tefared Uzacha La'abir Gololim Min Ha'aretz V'Halalim Kerot Yechratun L'Tacheni Alam Ba'melkut Shaddai V'Kol B'ni Basar Yikra'u B'Shemecha Le'Haponot Eliki Kol Rishi Yaretz Yikiru V'Yodeu Kol Yozvei Tabal Ki V'Cha Tikara Kol Barek Tisheba Kol Ashon V'Faneka Yahuwah Eloheinu Yikira'u ve'yifolu v'lechavol shemka yakayatanu ve'yikabalu kolam et malchuteka v'temlok elahim mahara le'olam v'yed ki ha'melchut shelcha hi u'le'elamet elok b'kavod kakatuch v'toratecha ya yemlok le'olam v'yed v'ne'amar v'chaya Yahuwah le'melech al kol ha'aretz v'yom ha'hu yihye Yahuwah echad u'shemo echad. We rise to our duty to praise the master of all, to acclaim the creator. Elohim made our lot unlike that of other people, assigning to us a unique destiny. We bend the knee and bow, acknowledging the supreme sovereign, the Holy One, exalted, who spread out the heavens and laid the foundations of the earth, whose esteemed abode is in the highest heavens, whose mighty dominion is in the loftiest heights. This is our El, there is no other. In truth, El is our ruler, alone, as it is written in the Torah. Know this day and take it to heart that Yah is Elohim in heaven above and on earth below. There is no other. And so we hope in you, Yah Eloheinu, soon to see your splendor, that you will sweep idolatry away so that false El will be utterly destroyed, and that you will perfect the world by your sovereignty so that all humanity will invoke your name and all the earth's wicked return to you repentant. Then all who live will know that to you every knee must bend, every tongue pledge loyalty. To you, Yah, may all bow and worship. May they give honor to your esteem. May everyone accept your dominion. Reign over all soon and for all time. Sovereignty is yours and esteem now and forever. Thus is it written in your Torah, Yah reigns forever and ever. Such is the prophetic assurance. Yah shall be acknowledged ruler of all the earth. On that day shall Yah be one, and his name one. In Mashiyach Yahushua's name we pray. Blessed be his name. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. Amen and amen.